And
Holly.
video is hot.
I was hoping for Liddy, but you know.
We all kind of were.
But we told him.
I've got Liddy here too, should we need it.
Alright, we are live. Do the thing.
Alright. Hello, everybody. This is me and the lovely crew of the Berezaya Argia. And we're switching it up a little bit today. Bear has graciously offered to run an adventure and give me a little break, which I appreciate. And so, no, that's all that really needs to be said, I guess, at this point. I guess if I can do a little summary. You guys did finish the unhaunting the Pentagast Manor and took care of the horribleness within, including some vampires who were the cause of Weilert's angst and causing him to stick around. Well, that and his wife and daughter forcing him to stay there until he can be dealt with. But you managed to finish it all up, although people were beat up quite a bit, including Gavin's cousin. When Ember burned her, but literally, physically burned her. You know, sorry, I'm just giving you shit. But you guys went to Roat to heal up and make sure that Barca was not permanently an old man Barca. Sorry, I'm just giving you shit.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm frantically trying to fix things on the stream. So, continue.
Sorry, hold on a second.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
We can hear me now?
Yeah. You can hear you all the time.
I can't hear. Can someone else talk real quick?
Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Everybody's
Hi
muted.
there.
Thank you.
Hi.
Sorry. All of a sudden,
Letting
shush! All of a sudden, everything cut out, and I heard no sound coming from the TV. The only source of sound we have. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't some sort of technical thing.
Admittedly, I was messing around with some of the settings on Streamlabs because the stream was not doing what I wanted it to, but it's now functioning properly. So, proceed.
That's fair. So, Bear, you will go ahead and take it over. And there was Rihanna did want to pick up a spell, like a spell scroll, which
Yes.
we
Rihanna
talked
wants
about.
to snag a spell scroll before we leave Roat.
So it's like 100 gold. We already kind of looked at that.
Take my gold.
And
Shut up and take my gold!
And whatever other purchases or housekeeping stuff, we'll let Bear deal with it.
So Brian doesn't have to. All right, so just to he kind of covered the recap and everything like that. We are missing Narashti. She and the fam went for a walk in the park and got lost, but she will be along at some point soon. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and kind of pick up pretty much right where we left off. You were in Roat after having chatted with. You went to Roat after having chatted with Gavin's cousin. You went and got Barca healed, and you did some kind of perfunctory shopping. What is there any other shopping or anything that needed to be done while we're in town? Does anybody want to purchase anything or anything such as that?
Barca have no money.
Barca spent all his money on candy and sweets.
No, just I just needed my spell scroll unless you.
Okay. So I presume everybody will then congregate back at Zaya?
Yep.
Yeah, give me 1 second to make sure that for the spell I don't need any material components that are going to cost anything.
Okay.
If you happen to see a Magneto helmet to keep people out of Barca's head, let me know.
Oh, Barca honey, that's what Rhiannon's spell is for.
Oh,
You.
Actually, the spell was originally named Magneto Helmet, and then Marvel got pissed. So,
Probably. Yeah, no, there's a spell called Intellect Fortress that is in Tasha's Cauldron. That is just perfect for helping out Barca.
Barca's brain is a fortress.
Oh, no, it's only verbal components, so cool. Fucking A.
Barca's brain is going to be a fortress.
Of solitude.
Yeah, it gives you resistance to psychic damage and gives you advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Oh.
For how long?
For up to 1 hour.
Ooh.
It's concentration. I have to concentrate on it, but
Oh.
Ironically, so does Barca.
worth it. Worth it.
Sorry, I stepped away because I needed to refresh the stream on my TV. Okay, so Rhiannon, you return to the ship armed with a spell scroll that you will be at some point adding to your book. You guys kind of get yourselves settled after your adventures. What do you guys want to do?
That's a great question.
It's an excellent question.
Well, we had talked about heading to Droam to go rescue Rhiannon's mother, but I don't know what you're throwing at us, babe.
Right.
Well-
I feel very weird about doing something when we have a new GM.
Do what you guys do. Whatever you're gonna do. I am a GM enough to handle whatever you want to do here. So.
Right.
See, now I'm just tempted to throw out the weirdest
Don't believe
possible thing that I can think of. Like, I want to go find some bears out in the wild,
Barca's a
capture them, and then train them to tap dance.
Emu.
Barca can.
Oh my god!
Barca
That
can
would
tap
be
dance.
an amazing rock concert. I am on board. Zaya, let's go!
I just want to take this moment right now to apologize ahead of time to Bear for whatever they may put you through.
The rest of us aren't sorry. He doesn't-
I make no apologies.
I've gamed with almost everybody else here. I know what I'm in for.
That's fair. That's fair.
Darren might throw me for a loop, but I've gamed with everybody else here. I know what I'm in for.
He does that quite well, but in a good way.
But in a good way. So, just to set the scene, you guys are back in Zaya. You guys have gotten out of Roat. You've collected the things that you needed to collect. You've gotten the spell scroll. The information about Rhiannon's mom has been imparted. Just because we have a new GM doesn't mean that you shouldn't proceed as if you would have normally.
And just to verify too, your mother was sold to the DAS Crime Syndicate.
Yeah, she was sold to the Dress Crime Syndicate in Droam, which
In
last session from Sharn, yeah.
She was sold to the Syndicate in Sharn, and then potentially transported to Droam, but where she went after Sharn, you don't know. The Syndicate is based out of Droam.
Okay, that's not what came out initially, so thank you for the clarification, children.
Okay, so we're infiltrating a crime syndicate.
I mean, maybe.
Hey, Laura, do you have that
Oh.
sign that you use for work handy?
No.
Okay.
Would you like it to be?
I think it should be.
Okay.
How set are we out of character? How set are we on like supplies? I feel like we've been out a long time, but again, we were in a house for a long time as well. So, like, do we have food? Do we have?
So
I think that Maya had resupplied in Sharn.
you guys did purchase some food in Zolargo, if I recall. I don't have down specifically the amount of days you purchased for everybody, though.
It is in the game notes on the thing. I'm not going to look it up right now, but Gavin was the one that handled most of that financial bullshittery.
Okay.
So it was well over a month.
So you did spend 3 days, like it ended up being about 3 days in the manor because of the dimensional blah blah blah. So you can knock 3 days off of that for sure.
Okay.
Oh.
Probably since Zolargo, I would say it's been like a week, maybe. I can.
It actually has been you arrived in Corbett and met Naraj, dropped off, playing Rabbit. It's been about a week and a day, because right now I'm showing that the current date is the 23rd of Zarentir.
And am I crazy, or did we get the upgrade for Zaya of the Nourish the Body thing with the Goodberry spell once per day?
It was on the list of
I
what
believe we did, because that was the thing we needed before we could get the next thing we wanted.
Because that would also help with provisions.
That would help immensely with provisions. I'll pull up the Zaya doc real quick.
Yeah, didn't it produce enough to feed our goblins or whatever?
Yeah, I believe it did.
So
Well,
it's
whatever
good to feed ourselves, but not the goblins.
It was
Good
whatever
Berry
the
can feed
Goodberry.
up to like 10 people, I think, as the spell. Hi, River Dog.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up.
Yes, hello.
Right, so it pretty much paid for our goblins.
love you.
Goodberry.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, up to 10 berries.
Okay.
So yeah, that one thing alone is enough for 10 creatures to have provisions endlessly. We have a Narashti.
We do. I'm sorry. I missed that there was a Zoom link as well. And I thought it was just Roll20. And I was very confused as to how. Guys, I'm sorry. I have not used
Alright.
Roll20 before. And I was
It's
like,
okay.
I don't.
I've had that happen several times.
I was like, I don't hear anyone. I was always like talking into my computer randomly, like, hello, can you hear me? Okay, guys. I'm having.
Hello, computer.
I'm having a weird.
You're
day.
having a day.
I'm having a weird
got lost
day.
in the park. We thought there was a loop, and then like we couldn't find the loop. So then we're just like, well, I guess we just have to walk up the really long hill that we just came down. Yeah, it's all. Sorry, guys. I'm here now.
I don't show it. We might have to go back through the G-chat just to see what was picked, because I don't show that it was updated for what was last picked. I show the last things that were picked was Shape Wood and Create Thorn Launcher.
Yeah, I don't think I
No,
updated it with
sorry.
what was last pick.
Extended Mind Link and Unlock a Longboat. So if I remember correctly, I believe one of the choices was to do the telepathic bond with Amaya, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess it was.
All right, I'm gonna update this here real quick, and then so that would have been one of the choices.
Yeah. And then I'm 99% sure that we did Nourish the Body because we wanted to be able to do Nourish the Soul and get a Hero's Feast.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then
Because Heroes Feast.
Alright, so this is probably where we resupplied.
It's still going to cost us the chalice, right? The Heroes Feast?
I don't think so because it's Zaya doing it.
Yeah.
So Zaya can use a harvest.
it does not.
Alright, so
Oh.
according to my
You
notes...
can only do it once a week, but
Right.
Right. It's a once a week thing. That's right. That's right.
On the 15th of Zarentir, we purchased 60 days of rations for the entire crew.
Okay.
So, current date is the 23rd, you said?
Yes.
So, yeah, you were correct. A week and a day. So, we are not even a sixth of the way through those rations.
Yeah. So you're plenty good there.
Cool. Sorry, Hannah, we were doing some housekeeping things and just making sure that all of our notes are kind of up to date and everything like that. So that's what you've walked in on.
Oh,
The very
good.
exciting logistical part of the stream.
I'm trying to figure out roll 20, but so far I just get confused, so it's okay.
Well, all you should be seeing right now is a picture of Zaya and our characters.
Yes, I just keep zooming accident. It's all good. It's all good, guys.
We will do when we actually get to a point where we're using it the way it's intended to be used. We can do a quick kind of tutorial walkthrough for anybody that's been a while for or hasn't used it before.
Sure, I'll figure it out.
I feel like it's a totally viable option for you to start day drinking, to be fair.
We have alcoholic freezies, so I might need a freezie.
That sounds delicious.
That sounds like a plan. I
fully
also
support you in that.
strongly feel like when you drop the kids off tonight, you should bring me one.
I can do that.
Are we supposed to not be drinking?
I decline to comment.
I mean, I have a lot of Baileys in this coffee right now. If that's
I did not put Bailey's in my coffee.
Barely qualifies.
I only have cake with me right now.
as out of my caramel whiskey, unfortunately.
Oh, sad beans.
Whiskey.
Yeah. Crown Royal makes a caramel whiskey. If you want to have the best apple cider of your life, make homemade apple cider and then get to the Crown Royal salted caramel whiskey. It is a game changer.
We're doing that when I come up.
Okay. Do we
I
need
will
to
bring it with
pause
me.
this stream? And all need to collectively go to the liquor store right now.
The next time I make my my hot apple cider boozy recipe, I'll grab some of that caramel and add it.
Yeah,
it's really.
I'm
good.
gonna bring that up with me, and we can make that.
We'll do that.
God.
So.
It'll be great. Sorry, I'm just.
All right, so we are 8 days into 60 days of rations. If somebody wants to make a note of that, that would be lovely.
DM, at some point, Barca would like to have a conversation with the dragon.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right. Well, I mean, you guys are back on the ship. Nobody's real clear on what the next course of action is. I know Rhiannon wants to charge in guns blazing, going after her mom.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
There are no guns blazing. She knows what her job is.
Have you met Gavin? I'm just wondering. You've met Gavin, right?
Unless
I met Ember. Hi.
Unless someone needs him.
I just turned a bitch.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we're fucked. Okay. Sorry.
Nikali is doing what now?
Nikali's just gonna keep working on the magic item that he was gonna make.
So you see the dragon. Barca she has kind of taken to sitting in the bow of Zaya, and she'll sit there sometimes for hours at a time, just kind of not moving. And like when the ship is moving, you get the impression that she's just kind of enjoying like the feel of the moving air over her body. You can see the various kind of whiskers and tendrils that she has, because silver dragon, kind of just flowing in the wind. You get the impression that periodically she's pretending to be the dragon at the dragon figurehead at the bow of the ship. But yeah, she's just kind of sitting there watching. Like currently, since the ship is stationary, she's just kind of watching the goings on of the vessel, and it's curled up and kind of like a cat the size of a Clydesdale.
Nice. What's the dragon's name again?
Argentia.
Argentina. Okay.
Just whatever you do, don't cry for her. She'll get pissed.
Barca just slowly approaches the dragon. Just, hi, Argentina.
It's Argentia, but thank you.
Okay. Barca.
Yes, Fuzzy Barca.
Fuzzy. Okay. I have small story to tell Dragon.
I like stories. What's your story?
Before Barca tells story, Barca, there's a lesson or teaching, like Gavin thinks he does with the rest of the crew. Thinks he teaches us or learns us things, but mine will make sense.
Yes, he does get convoluted sometimes.
Perfect. So I totally spaced that you're the dragon too, so sorry about that.
It's all good.
As I see everybody laughing, I'm like, oh shit, that's right. You're Gavin. Well,
I know who Gavin is, trust me. Anyway, proceed.
First thing, Barca, respect Dragon. Barca, know that Dragon part of group. And when part of group, Barca, sacrifice Barca for group. Barca, get old for group. Barca, lose mind for group. Barca, die for group.
Barca is very loyal to the group. I've witnessed this. I'm very impressed.
But Barca noticed that in some ways he can't help group when creatures go in air. So when creatures in air, Barca can't help. But Barca good at helping when he gets to help. So Barca has proposition for Dragon.
I'm listening.
Since Dragon big enough for Barca to possibly ride, Barca wondering if Dragon and Barca make pact.
Go on. Sorry, that's me, not her.
Barca vow to protect Dragon in any time, in any moment, if Dragon become team member with Barca and Barca learn to ride Dragon.
Barca, make a persuasion roll with advantage.
Oh, thank God.
Because that was a hell of a good speech.
Natural 20.
Oh, are you serious? Yes!
I'm dead serious.
Good job,
Oh.
Dragon! God!
I am so happy.
Amazing.
You see the dragon. You see the dragon kind of. She kind of strokes her whiskers a little bit, and these are like cat whiskers, not like beard whiskers. She kind of runs a hand down her face and just kind of. I think that can be arranged, but you have to understand, I've never had a writer before. I'd be worried about knocking you off.
Barca never ride Dragon before. Barca and Dragon can learn together.
Yes, this will definitely end well.
Just don't let Barca hit the ground. That's
Okay. I think.
If I
Sorry,
fall-
the end well thing was me, not her. Sorry. It's like
if Barca fall, Dragon catch. If Dragon fall from sky, Barca catch.
that logic tracks. Yes, let's do this. I think that can be arranged, Barca. I definitely do. I've watched some of your trials and tribulations, and I would very much... I don't know, I've always wanted to get more involved, but I was always worried about, well, stepping on your toes, or honestly hurting somebody that I shouldn't hurt.
Barca's strong. Barca won't get hurt if you step on his toes.
Good, that's good. And plus you have Ember to help heal you if it does hurt.
Barca thinks that back when Barca slaved in fighting, Barca, also gonna be honest, Barca used to be a gladiator and kill things. But there should be no secrets between Rider and Dragon. Sorry. There should be no secrets between Rider and Dragon. But when Barca was gladiator, Barca had training times specific to each day to help Barca get better at helping. So maybe we train morning when we're on ship or not on mission. We train mornings until we get comfortable with each other. And then we fuck shit up.
I agree. I think this is a good course of action.
Perfect. Barca will get information from group about possibilities on maybe helping how to keep Barca on Dragon.
Yes, for the record, maybe until we learn how to work better together, I'm not a huge fan of this idea, but I know that there are, I think they're called saddles?
Like horse chairs.
Yeah, horse chairs. I think they might make dragon chairs.
Oh, cool.
Now, to be clear, I would eventually like to get away from dragon chairs and just have you on my back, because I don't think they look terribly comfortable.
Barca never ride horse with dragon chair. Barca never have enough money or of enough rank to get horse chair. So Barca can ride horse without chair. Maybe Barca can ride dragon without dragon chair.
You see her kind of stand up, like, it very much just arch her back like a cat, like to stretch. You see her kind of unfurl her wings a little bit. And she... Well, perhaps we should do a test run. What do you think?
That sounds fun. Where would you like Barca? Just Barca, also kind of as he puts his hand on her neck, and Barca takes his hand off. Barca should state that Barca sees creatures as equals, not as owner, not as slave or master. Barca and Dragon equal partnership. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. And so Barca kind of just, and he doesn't delicately, he thinks he delicately jumps onto the dragon's back and grabs a hold with his arms around the neck, kind of like how you might see a child at a Ferris wheel. Instead of grabbing the pole, he grabs the neck of the horse.
Okay, and she kind of gives you a few instructions, like, maybe don't rest your heels on my wing joint, because that's not going to end well.
Oh, what's wing joint?
She kind of flexes the wing joint where your ankle is kind of resting. She's like, see that right there? If I have to do a hard dive, you're going to lose your foot.
Oh, Barca would like to keep foot. And he just kind of shifts back a little bit, so he's a little bit more center on the dragon, away from the neck.
She's like, and you can hold on to my fin back there, and you're not going to hurt me.
Got it. So he wedges himself between two fins, kind of like where his butt and, his taint-like area, I guess, would be sitting. And he reaches forward and he grabs, grabs two hands, one right over the top of the other, kind of centering himself. He's trying to find where the center of gravity is kind of on the dragon. Like how on a plane, if you're sitting more towards the wings. But Barca doesn't really know what that... he's not a thinker. So he's just assuming he's in a decent position.
So you see Argentia as you kind of get yourself situated. She's like, all right, now hold on. I'm going to shift a little bit, and you try to stay on, okay?
Okay.
So she kind of arches her back and moves around and whatever. Is there a ride check in 5e? What the fuck? Looking at skills real
Probably
quick.
animal handling.
You said go in any direction, Bear.
That's
No, I'm here for it. I'm just trying to... Yeah, I'm gonna go with make an animal handling roll. Obviously, Argentia is not an animal, but I think that's probably the closest we have to riding. You know what? It probably would be dex based. Let's go with acrobatics.
You sure not animal handling?
Well, honestly, because here's the thing: animal handling in previous editions was charisma. This is wisdom based. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go with animal handling.
Because of the direction I went with Barca, he's efficient in animal he's got that ability.
Oh, cool.
Are you kidding me? I can take a picture and show. It's natural 20 again, by the way.
So she shifts and rolls, realizes you're not falling off, shifts a little harder. You get a bit of the bucking bronco kind of sensation. You don't fall off. So you see her just kind of she didn't say anything, but anybody who's watching this interaction kind of sees a mental checklist going behind this dragon's thought process, and then she just leaps off the deck and takes off in the air. And it's very much Harry Potter on Buckbeak moment of just flying ridiculously fast around the ship.
So you see Barca, and this is what I literally was waiting to have happen, because I had this image in my head. You see Barca kind of leaning to the side with his mouth open and his tongue hanging out, kind of like what you might see a dog with his head outside the window of a car. Just ears back, fur, the happiest thing, smelling the world. This is his best day ever.
Anybody else also getting the images from Neverending Story?
Little bit, yep.
That's
Except Barca looks like Valcor.
And oddly sounds like Falcor, to be honest. Much more low baritone, yay! This is my best life ever!
Rhiannon is cheering from the deck.
Narashti is running around the deck to kind of follow them. You can keep seeing them.
It's arms out. Okay.
And actually, Amaya, you hear in your head, Zaya, Barca's yelling a lot. Is he okay?
Oh yes, sweetheart. He's perfectly fine. They're doing a little training and having a little fun with it.
Oh, okay.
It's sweet of you to be concerned.
Make an insight check.
Okay. Also, for the GMs, completely out of character, and I assure you, completely unrelated question: how much would a Saddle of the Cavalier fit for a dragon cost?
Roll your dice. I'll look it up.
Your thinking was along the same lines as mine.
Insight of 22.
You get a slight.
For a cave bear.
You get the impression, Amaya, that Zaya is slightly, very, very slightly, not It's very small, kind of like bit of pettiness. She's a little jealous that Barca is flying with somebody else. Just a tiny bit.
You know what? I'm gonna ask Zaya if she would try to do a little more extreme flying.
Oh shit.
Ember's whole face lights up.
God. All right.
Oh God.
She's kind of like. She's like, and like again, you can't. There's no facial features to see, but you get that very like excited shot. Can we?
We sure can.
Oh, I wish Barca could hear right now, because Barca would totally be like, you know how like when you're training to fight when you're like World War II fighting pilots, where you just kind of like try to fly around and copy each other's moves to keep you in sight, but no firing?
Training in a dogfight, fundamentally.
Yeah. But Barca can't. Barca isn't.
But Barca is not privy to this conversation, unfortunately. And you hear Zai, can we do it now?
Well, let me see what I can do. And I'm gonna call an all hands on deck meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
And I'm gonna mind link with Liddy just to double check something and ask him, because I know he can stick to objects. Can he like adhere himself and super glue himself to other creatures?
Oh, I
Well,
sure
yes,
can.
because he's done that with Barca before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did that to Barca's back.
Excellent.
Oh, I sure can.
Well, Liddy definitely has the ability to. Yeah, it's called adhesive.
Ethan.
Excellent.
And is he able to do it to like multiple things at once?
I mean, things can stick to
Let
him.
me read it off just so you understand. Adhesive, object form only, so he has to be in the form of an object. The mimic adheres to anything that touches it. Huge or
Beautiful.
smaller creatures adhered to the mimic are also grappled by it. Ability checks made to escape the grapple have disadvantage.
Beautiful. Then I'm going to, as a kind of an aside to Liddy, ask for his specific assistance. For him to be kind of up on deck with me while we're doing this extreme flying, so that he can adhere to both me and Zaya, so that regardless of what happens, I don't go flying off. We're all just stuck together.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll get everybody else, up on deck, all the players and the goblins and everybody else who happens to be on our ship. And she's gonna start it out as if it was like a military commander kind of addressing the troops. Like kind of doing a little bit of a walking back and forth in front of everybody who's assembled, but like huge grin on her face.
Okay.
All right.
All right, everybody. Barca and Argentia have been a bit of an inspiration to myself and Zaya, and we have decided that in preparation for any potential future aerial combat, we will be doing some drills for extreme aerial maneuvers. The test will begin within a few minutes, so I recommend in asking Zaya's assistants to strap in and get ready for the ride.
During the
Any
background
questions?
of that entire speech, you just hear Barca like, "Yay! Riri, look at me! Riri! Riri, look at me! I'm flying!"
You're doing so great, buddy.
Oh, I love it. Oh.
Maya
just in
turns
the
and
background.
waves at him, still huge grin on her face.
Wow.
Just a point of question. Have we slept since the mansion?
Nope.
Uh,
No, we got a long rest. We got a long
oh,
rest.
yeah.
Okay.
The
Did
end.
we?
Yeah, because I resetted my stats. Like, no, like we were supposed to reset our stats at the end of the last session because we got a long rest in.
Yeah. You
Okay.
guys did the long rest.
Because I needed it so I didn't get old. Like, that was part of that.
Right.
Right.
Okay, good. I was just concerned about not having.
So yeah, everybody should be at their full rested levels.
Oh my god! Yes! That
At which
means I have my 4th level spell.
Yay! Gavin, after Amaya's speech, Gavin reaches out, just kind of puts a hand on Rhiannon's shoulder, and casts Fly on them both.
Polymorph!
Nice!
What do you polymorph into?
Ooh. Shit.
But he's flying.
Oh, I'll just polymorph into a eagle.
Nice.
I imagine it's like a phoenix eagle, you know? It's got a southern flame on it.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Are you eagle or giant eagle?
I think I can do giant eagle.
Because then you can carry Narasti.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll do giant eagle.
Can wait, when she turns in Narashi's gonna go. Can I ride you? Can
Gavin looks over at Nikali.
Never-ending story moment.
Gavin looks over at Nikali and just kind of like,
barrel rolls.
it's been a rough couple of days, man. Let's just, when in Roat, do as the Roatians do. At which point he leaps off the side of the ship and starts flying after the dragon.
That's fair.
I know Nikali's got fly.
Now, so who's left on the ship then?
The goblins?
The goblins and Nikali.
Okay.
Well, and Amaya, yeah. Rhiannon will
And Amaya.
fly after Gavin.
I'm gonna assume at some point Barca sees a giant eagle carrying away Narashti.
No.
Barca's never ever seen polymorph in his life.
That's true. This is a new spell.
Yeah, so Barca and the dragon are gonna start. Barca's gonna be like, oh, something's got. Oh, Nene. Dragon, they need our help, because he's all drunk high from riding a dragon, and he's like, oh man, here we go.
Okay, I give me a moment. I have to see how intelligent the dragon is here.
You also have to see how intelligent Ember is, because I believe when you polymorph, you get the mental ability scores of the creature as well.
Yes,
I
sure
do.
do.
I do.
Although a giant eagle is
Giant eagle's pretty
Nah.
intelligent.
not.
I think it's smarter than Barca.
Yep.
The eagle.
The eagle?
Yeah, I'm
Possibly.
pretty sure.
Well, I don't know. I don't have the.
I also have a quick question for the GMs here. Since Zaya has wood shape, instead of Amaya basically sticking herself to Liddy, who is stuck to Zaya, could you potentially just have Zaya kind of like shape the wood around her like feet and legs before we start going, and just be like stuck to and inside the
Yeah.
deck of the
You
ship?
have like vine seat belts.
Yeah, like
So-
bindings.
Something,
Yeah.
something like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could. Well, yes and no. The reason being is that if you remember looking at the different things that you guys can choose for Zaya, one of them is called one of the specific things under body is actually referred to as safe embrace, which none of you picked for level 7.
So, yes, eventually, no, not now.
Yeah.
Correct. Now that being said, she could make like a railing for you to lean on or something, but your chances of staying in and out of the ship should she pull some crazy maneuvers is the same as anyone else on board the ship regardless.
Okay.
Question, do you order the goblins below to strap in? He asked Amaya.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
Do you order the goblins below so that they don't fly off the ship when you do your thing?
Yeah, that was part of the, I recommend you ask Zaya to help you strap in for the maneuvers. So anybody who's not able to, by themselves, survive being thrown off of an airship in flight,
Okay.
go below deck somewhere you won't fall off.
I'm gonna lose fucking Wanda. I just know it.
So,
Get a rope, tie yourselves together, tie yourself to a post or something.
So Ember and Narashi take off on the ship. The goblins all kind of scurry below. Gavin and I presume Rhiannon flies off the ship. Narashti is...
She would establish a mind link with Ember once we got into the air. I assume that we can still communicate with the eagle.
You can. Her reasoning capacity is a little diminished, you notice, but Ember is still in there.
Okay.
So, Barca, as you kind of look down at this eagle carrying off Narashti, you're like, oh, we gotta save her, and the dragon just kind of laughs, and it's this musical, lilting laugh, and she's like, that's your friend Ember. She learned a new spell.
Wait, so Ember is now an eagle? Or a bird?
For a short time, yes.
Cool.
For an hour.
In relative terms, it's a short time.
Well, hey, since we're good at flying, Barca wants to try something.
Yes. What do you want to try?
Well, Barca got idea when he saw his friend Nene being carried away by Bird Ember. So I was gonna jump and stab at Bird. That was Barca's first instinct. But now that Barca passed that the anger that was in Barca's heart, Barca sees that might have been not good idea if Barca missed Eagle.
Yes, that is correct. I have an idea for you though.
What is it? Yeah.
What if I flew over the eagle, you dropped off, and then I looped around underneath and picked you up on the other side?
That Barca doesn't understand most of what's said, but Barca likes idea.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
we're gonna get to that in a second. Amaya, what are you attempting to do with Zaya? Oh, sorry, hang on. Nikali, what are you doing?
So Nikali is going to just be there by Amaya, and
Okay.
he's truthfully he's just kind of enthralled that everybody wants to enjoy and relish flying, so he is just kind of watching everybody and continuing to work on the cloak that he has fashioned.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Amaya, what are you wanting to try?
So Amaya is first going to ask Zaya to let those not, or who are already off the ship, i.e. Barca and Argentia, know that we will be doing some ship maneuver drills and not to be alarmed at the sudden and wild movements.
Okay. Barca, you and presumably Argentia, you get a mental link from Zaya just saying, Amaya and Mom and I are going to try some stuff. Don't be surprised.
Okay.
And then the way that I'm going to kind of do the drills is I'm going to kind of, like, as we're flying, I'm just going to keep the mind link with her and do it all through mind link. But I'm going to be kind of, like, throwing out scenarios, like, oh, there's some incoming fire coming from, you know, this direction. Hard barrel roll this way to avoid. And not, like, you know, shouting it out like we would in actual combat, but just the very light, easy to do it. Here's the situation. Here's what we're going to do to avoid it. Ready, go.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take your airship handling, and since Zaya is assisting you, go ahead and roll with advantage.
All right. What would airship handling be?
Well, I don't believe you're proficient with it, so it would be...
No, it's pilot air vehicles.
Oh, pilot air vehicles.
I am proficient pilot air vehicles.
Oh, well, there you go. So it'll be your proficiency. We're going to go with plus your intelligence at this point.
What sort of skill is that? That's not.
It is
So-
it is not a skill. It is a toolkit proficiency, effectively.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. Zach.
Okay, so a d20 plus proficiency bonus plus intelligence?
Correct.
Not wisdom?
Not in this particular instance, no. There will be some times, because that's the thing about the tool proficiencies. It vastly depends on the circumstances which ability you add to it.
I know. Wisdom would just be so much better.
I know,
Okay,
but it's intelligence. Quit your bitching.
Alright.
Oh, I love the sign. That's beautiful.
Still a good roll, 21.
All right, Brian, will you just do me a favor and roll just a hand, like maybe 4 d20s, and tell me what you rolled, please? And
I
then
would be happy to.
roll, and then in additionally to that, roll for Nikali an acrobatics check.
Okay. So for the d20 rolls,
Okay.
in descending order, I've got a 16, a 9, a 7, and a 1.
Okay. And how did
And
Nikali
then
do?
Nikali, for his acrobatics, got a 9.
Okay. Did Nikali also seal himself to the deck with Liddy?
I'll say no.
Yeah, Maya probably monopolizing Liddy at this point. Like, she's right where, like, the captain's wheel would be with Liddy sticking her there, so unless somebody else is kind of in the pilot position with her, she probably told everybody else to go below decks.
Just a quick question. How high up are we right now?
Probably about 100 feet.
Okay.
Worth establishing.
It is very much worth establishing. So we're going to jump back to Barca the Dragon and, in a moment, Ember and Narashti.
Before we do real quick, we're probably starting at 100 feet, but we're definitely going a lot further up and a lot further down during these aerial maneuvers.
Actually, Rhiannon, what are you up to?
I'm trying to find giant eagle.
Rhiannon had initially followed Gavin off the deck, but like, she's having fun flying around, but she's also very much watching to make sure that nobody falls off of Zaya. So, definitely staying close within range to the ship, as Amaya is going to be doing God knows what with Zaya.
Gavin is similarly working, bearing in mind that Zaya is faster than you guys with fly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what my question was. I was like, how fast does Zaya fly again?
Yeah, Zaya moves at a speed of 150 per turn.
Awesome.
Zaya will outpace everybody.
Yes.
I'm 80
Now,
as giant eagle.
you're 80. How many?
80.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah. With a fly spell, I think we're 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a dragon?
The dragon,
Ooh,
he said, emphasizing the Minnesotan.
Reagan.
Dragon.
Yeah.
This particular dragon has a fly speed of 80, so on par with the eagle. So,
So
We double check.
Barca, well, before Barca's gonna say, okay, Barca, let's launch Barca at Ember, Eagle, Birdie, Ember, and Nene.
okay. What I want you to do is I don't want you to...
Barca is gonna play a game.
Okay. So you see that the dragon kind of turn, bank, and then flip up and upside down over the top of Narashti and Ember. At which point you are...
I let go, and I do the most graceful looking swan dive you've ever, like, you might look up at Barca and be like, oh, that's kind of beautiful, actually.
Like the fur kind of
See
rippling
that?
in the wind, and...
Oh, and his eyes subtly closed. There is the tongue like coming off the side of his mouth. That's about the only real moniker of Barca. Everything else, and as he does, this is what he's gonna do. As he goes by the eagle, he's gonna turn and tap Nene's leg, and you're gonna hear Barca say, "Take your..."
That is exactly what I was hoping was going to happen there. Okay, so let's see if the dragon can now catch you on the other side.
And Barca dies during a game of tag.
Right, but it was an epic game of tag!
Now I got it.
Okay. And as is wont to happen during training exercises, as you fall, the dragon loops back around, and after a split second, Barca, you realize that she's not going to get there in time to catch you.
Oh.
At which point you start falling, and the dragon, like, kind of comes underneath, misses you by mere inches, loops back up, and then starts falling after you. And you hear her yelling something. Go ahead and make your perception check. I believe you have advantage because of your totem.
Before he does that, Barca is gonna grab the feather he has.
Okay.
Because he's still got the feather thingamajig for the falling.
Oh.
I can't remember what it's
The
called,
feather
but we
fall.
all,
The feather fall token.
and he's gonna grab that and use that.
Okay. So yeah, she's hollering at you. You can't quite make out what she's saying. And then you grab the token and crack it. And immediately your speed greatly reduces. She shoots past you, realizes it, and then kind of evens out, and then flies back up and collects you again. And she's like, sorry, so sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay, Barca. That's part of the game, Barca. We'll get better.
Meanwhile,
Barca not so stupid. Barca knew he had feather token.
I'm very glad you had the feather token. Next time, do you have more feather tokens?
No,
Let's not do that again until you have more feather tokens.
I think we should practice more now.
Okay.
But Nene and Eagle Ember are it. So stay away from them.
Speaking of Nene and Ember, what are you guys doing?
We are dashing.
I will mind link to Emperor. We have to get them.
Same brain wave. Oh, by the way, heads up. Can I try to chuck her?
Well, you can talk to me.
You know, she did. She said heads up.
No,
That was
I
what.
did.
That's what
I said
happened there.
heads up.
Okay.
We're gonna burn through all of our Featherfall tokens in a game of tag.
And Rashi
love
just
it.
needs to
I
clamber down to the talons of the giant eagle, and then the giant eagle just goes yeet.
Okay. What I need to
Narashi's all
see,
for it.
what I need to see is an acrobatics check from Narashti.
All right. Nine?
You let go to start clambering down, and you immediately slide off her back. I want for Eagle Ember, to make a dexterity saving throw, please. We will get to my plot eventually, I promise.
Dex save. Cool. Okay. That would be 18.
Okay, yeah, so she slides off your back. You feel her going. One of your talons just kind of snicks out, grabs her, and pulls her underneath you. You may now throw her if you wish.
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna toss her right to Barca, and then hopefully run and catch her.
Okay, so I want you to make a... go ahead and make a ranged attack.
Range attack?
Proficiency plus dex.
Need the stats for eagle, or do you have?
Dex. I got the giant eagle right here.
Okay.
Are you proficient in Narashti tossing?
As a giant eagle, no.
Alright, then just make a dex roll.
That's okay. Funny enough, I have better dex as an eagle than as Ember.
Surprisingly enough, only giants are really proficient in throwing people.
Oh my god, what did I miss?
Okay. So I rolled a 19 to throw Narashti.
Barker, what's your AC?
And not 19.
Okay.
16.
So a second later, there's a Narashti just on your back. And
she yells tag in your ear. Or you're it.
Now I'd like to use my 80 feet and try to grab Narashti back.
Okay.
Well,
Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Athletics. Oh, sweet. It's the same. 16?
Narashti, I assume you're allowing yourself to be snatched back away.
yes.
Okay, so yes, the eagle snatches Narashti off the back, and you hear Argentia laughing, and she's just like, apparently we're it again.
I do a little flip.
Meanwhile, back at the airship starts to pick up speed, and it starts barreling forward, and then just in your head, Maya, you're like, all right, hard barrel roll to the port. And Zaya immediately, Nikali, you go flying off the ship.
How high up am I when this happens?
You are roughly about 100 feet in the air.
Okay. So, do I have enough time to cast a spell before I hit the ground?
It depends on the spell, I guess.
I mean, it's a normal action to cast.
I'd say yeah.
Then I will cast Fly on myself.
Yeah, I have no reactions as an
So
eagle.
you're-
And then he'll just kind of cast Fly on himself, and then he'll just sit there and float for a moment watching all of this, then just kind of continue working on the cloak.
Amaya, I will say that from below decks, you do hear. And one of the voices stops.
Fucking Wanda.
One of them rolled a 1. That's.
It could have been 2 of them.
Amaya will have Zaya pause for a moment. We'll go check on the goblins.
Okay. So you go downstairs, down below decks. They have rapidly wrapped themselves up in various bed sheets. But with no real rhyme or reason. Couple of them aren't even attached to anything. They're just burritoed. And you see one of the goblins, they're all kind of like, oh, that really sucked. And you see one of the goblins is just lifeless on the deck.
Lost the goblin.
Is the goblin dead or just unconscious?
Make a medicine check.
Oh no.
Man, this is gonna be a sobering game if we just kill the goblin.
12?
Worth it.
The goblin is still alive, just unconscious.
Okay.
Probably going to have a giant knot on its head where it hit the deck.
Probably. Okay, so somewhere below decks, I'm gonna ask Zaya to basically use wood shape to create a large mast below deck. And then use a long rope and lash all of the goblins to it.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Did you just leave the unconscious one unconscious?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tie that one up too, and I'll try to wake her up. I suppose if we haven't used all of our good berries that were produced that day, I'll feed it a good berry. Because that's got some heals too.
If Nikali sees that Zaya has stopped, he'll then fly back up onto Zaya.
Okay. Just kind of lands on the ship.
Rhiannon
Yeah.
flies close to Gavin and whispers in his ear what I just sent to you in the hopes of making him blush really badly.
And you are successful in making him very blushy. All right. You guys continue with the aerial acrobatics, kind of fine-tuning some stuff, your game of tag. Nikali, now that you've caught Fly, every time you're kind of caught unawares, you're able to catch yourself and then move yourself back to the ship. How long are you guys going to continue, do you figure? Like a couple hours? Well, no, you've got polymorph for an hour.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. So after an hour, or nearing the end of the hour, Ember, you realize that your spell is going to end. After your game of tag. At what point? Go ahead.
I'll go back to Zaya.
Okay. The dragon, seeing that they're that your play pal is going back to the ship, will also kind of. Oh, I think her spell is about to end, Barca. I think maybe we should call it done for now.
We can practice again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, of course.
You're a good flyer, Tina.
I can handle Tina.
It was either that or Tia.
I like Tina.
Tina
makes me feel-
is.
It makes me feel dainty.
Argentia was hard to say.
But you just said it.
I did?
Yeah. But Tina's fine. I like Tina.
Okay, Tina.
And she flies back to Zaya.
And on their way back, Barker just goes, "Thank you. Today was the best day." And when he lands, he gives, he cuts one of his many metal-y type shrines that are all tangled up in his hair. He cut one and he ties it on one of the smaller scale areas that he can try to get it to stick.
Sure.
Or he just hangs it over her ear. One of the two.
She kind of just leans down so you can. The ship settles in. You guys get off, exhausted. Eventually, Rhiannon and Gavin would have had to return because fly doesn't last an hour.
GG, everybody, GG!
As you're watching, you see Barca cuts off one of his trailing pieces of hair and ties it around the dragon's ear. And right as he's finishing, you see the dragon all of a sudden just kind of and looks off in a direction. And then she kind of like a dog that has just heard something a little alarming.
Ah, shit.
You see her kind of
We get attacked in the air after spending all of our flying spell stuff. We're gonna be so screwed.
I used up my 4th level slot, guys.
Barca has eagle
Perception?
vision. He can see things up to a mile away. If he would have noticed the dragon snap its head in a direction, do I happen to catch anything that she sees?
You look in that direction. No perception roll needed. You do not actually see anything, even with your great vision. And you see her kind of, Barca. And you see her just literally just kind of you've never seen dragons. I don't know. It's a fucking dragon, but you see tears starting to kind of roll down her cheeks. I don't know if dragons or reptiles can cry, but fucking dragons can, because I said so. And she... I gotta go. Wait,
Why do you have to go, Tina?
I can't... You see her do one of these. I can't shut it out.
Shut one
Okay.
out.
What's happening?
Hang on.
Barker,
You see...
Barker's had things in his head before. Just breathe.
It's not... I'm hearing it. It's not in my head.
Do you need some earplugs?
Hang on. And you see she concentrates real hard. Real quick, if you want to refer to your Roll20 map real quick.
Rolling 20 map, okay.
So this is what Argentia looks like normally.
Okay, I have a
Yes.
question really quick.
Yes.
I have everybody's character picture and names overlaid on the pictures. Is there a way to get rid of those?
Yeah.
The names are just who's logged in currently.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes.
If you
can
click,
shrink them down,
Yeah.
yeah, you can shrink them down to names only in your
but you
settings.
can't fully get rid of them.
Yeah.
Oh, in my settings? Okay. Thank
So, yeah.
you.
You see her body start to shift and shrink and morph until she looks like a young woman, maybe young girl, maybe 13 years old.
You're gonna be a lot harder to run. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Hold on.
I immediately regret my decision.
Raid.
Hold on. That was meant so innocently, just so we're clear.
I know.
We all know what Barca meant.
I need an adult. But yeah, like she shrinks down and she's wearing these. Her hair is this kind of silvery white. She does instead of like the flower in her hair, you actually see it's the lock of hair that Barca had given her, and she kind of looks up with those big eyes and the tears kind of streaming down her cheeks, and she's like, "I hear one of my kind. She's hurting." She kind of looks off in the same direction she looked before. She's being tortured. I have to help her. She's calling for me.
Barca, help you. You remember there's no secrets between Ryder and Dragon. So, although, even though you're not Dragon now, or are you Dragon now?
I'm still a dragon.
Barca suggests you be Dragon if we go fight things, but maybe you're fearsome. There's plenty of people in the group who are fearsome and of your shape at the moment, but Barca can ride Dragon.
Barca, I'm still a dragon. I just chose this form because I think it's more relatable to the people on your ship.
Oh, well, no, don't feel you need to change for Barca. You're just as pretty as Dragon as you are as young girl.
Thank you. I need to know. I need to go.
Well, it sounds like we need to go then.
You're part of group. Group go with Dragon.
You're with us.
And if group don't go with Dragon, Barca go with Dragon.
Gavin's like, we're going with the dragon.
Yeah, that's not even a question. So
This is kind of a thing that we seem to do.
this is definitely a thing we seem to do.
You're already adopted into our family, so.
Yeah,
Maya
your
will say
family.
very, very loudly and actually out loud. All right, Zaya, it's time to put that practice into practice.
I don't think we need to do barrel rolls on the way.
No, it doesn't happen.
But we could.
Bob and weave, go!
We did more than barrel rolls.
Serpentine!
Oh god.
Barca understand that shortest way between 2 points is definitely zigzag.
Yes.
Yes, that is how that works. Gavin's like, yeah, that logic tracks.
You heard us.
And you start heading off in the direction that Argentia indicates, yes?
Yes.
All right. Bless you. That was a delightful cold open, everybody. Congratulations, that was amazing. I know this is a little bit kind of out of what we usually do. I want to take just a quick 3-minute break, and then jump back in here. There's a couple of things I want to get real quick cleared up. So let's be back here in 3 minutes,
Okay.
And then we'll keep going.
That's good.
Oddly specific, but all right.
You mics are hot. And we're back. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. I had a perceived emergency to tend to, which was, in fact, not an emergency at all. So, yay, life with an anxiety disorder. So, you guys start heading from your location, not super far outside of Roat. You start heading towards the northwest. As you are going, not Narashti, sorry, Amaya, you're kind of able to kind of glean a little bit here and there, through various soundings and what have you, that where you're going is a northwesterly direction, more kind of north than west. If your trajectory kind of stays the same as it has been, depending on how far and how long you go, I mean, you could very well end up in the fucking demon wastes. It really just depends on how far you go. Sure. After the first few hours, you realize that whatever this is not close.
Sure.
The dragon then goes on to mention that she kind of goes on, and as you kind of ask her about it, she's like, it seems very distant. It seems very far away. I don't know how this works. Like, I haven't been around my people in so long. But I can hear them. She can kind of taps her head, still in the the young girl guys. It's like I can almost hear them, almost feel them up in here. It's one of the older ones. And she's in a lot of pain. She's scared and she's calling out to me. Not me specifically, but anybody that can help.
Sure. Mile kind of put an arm around her shoulder, kind of a comforting gesture, like, we'll find them.
Can you tell her that we're coming?
I've been trying, but I'm only 350 years old. I'm still real young.
Barco was old once. But Barco was young once too. Barco was still mighty when he was young. Barca just didn't know it. Maybe you're mighty and you don't know it.
I'll keep trying. I don't know if she can hear me.
Is there any way for you to sense maybe how far it might be? Or where?
Maybe.
Direction?
She kind of sits down on the deck. She takes a deep breath. You realize that she is very much mimicking one of the things that Amaya does almost every morning. Just kind of the meditative, like, contemplative state. And she takes a deep breath in, slowly lets it out. It's coming from I can't sense distance, only that it's far away. I get a sense of a green place, but not pretty green, like icky green?
A swamp?
Yeah, like a swamp.
Shadow Marches, maybe. Is that the direction we're going? I was not paying attention to what
Yes,
direction.
that is the direction you're going.
Okay. Shadow Marches, maybe.
And you don't know who is sending the messages.
No, it's one of my kind, and I mean that specifically. It's a silver dragon, a much older one. She's in pain. Somebody's hurting her.
Got nothing.
Anybody that is inclined can make a history roll. I will say the DC is fairly high.
Excuse me.
Damn.
Nope.
Barb.
It's a 7.
11.
Yeah, there's
19.
Nikali wouldn't have a clue.
Okay, fair enough.
12.
Gavin rolled a 12 as well.
So did
Uh,
Narashti. Not
I
I'm
mean-
close with a 19. Jeez.
Marco
19.
rolled a 14, but
Gotcha. Oh, sad. With a 19, there are tales, like ancient stories of old magics, like in the time of the giant, the rise of the Giants Empire, that could amplify the kind of mind impressions of a particular creature, whatever happened to be using the artifact at a time, and could send messages over thousands and thousands of miles. But such magic and such ability hasn't really been in practical use, at least on this scale. Like this like a message spell, a sending spell, that's pretty common.
I was like, my sending spell. I have sending.
Right. You're getting this is the impression of more like a mental, like almost like a mind link kind of thing.
Okay.
But one way, and that sort of kind of magic hasn't really existed, at least in Corvair, since the time of the Giants. When Ember mentions that, Narashti, you remember that among the Kalashtar, and more specifically amongst the Kori, there have been instances where there have been artifacts found that are believed to amplify somebody's like psychic and psionic abilities to a point where they could project it over thousands of miles. But none of your immediate like people that you've worked with and known had ever managed to find one and make it work.
That makes sense why I would know that.
Narashti would share that with the group.
Makes sense.
That could be what's happening here.
I will say that, Ember, you know that usually the use of a kyber crystal is involved.
Kyber.
Perhaps similar to the one that the Elder Brain was trapped in.
Okay. Right there. I'm gonna do
You hear Gavin just kind of like, oh, lovely. That's great. That's just great.
Would Rhiannon know of... Try not to metagame here, but would Rhiannon know of any of, like, the orcs or, like, the druids who do the whole dragon thing in the Shadow Marches?
I guess in more of a general sense, like you know that kyber crystals are generally harvested from the Shadow Marches, and points kind of north of there as well. Just because there's a lot of inroads to the area known as Kyber, which is the Underdark in Eberron. There's a lot of easy access to it from the Shadow Marches. You don't know anybody personally who does that thing, but like the House Tharashk does a lot with kyber crystals and finding and mining and harvesting and whatnot. That is predominantly what they're there for. Honestly, most of the exports from the Shadow Marches, because otherwise, why the fuck would you live there? It's like the Everglades on crack. On top of basalts. The major export is, for the most part, kyber crystals, and they'll sell to anybody who's willing to pay their prices, but predominantly they're selling to like House Cannith, who use it to create various things, and they probably have a pretty brisk trade with the Kalashtar. Maybe they have a brisk trade with the Inspired, but that part is not really talked about.
I guess start heading towards the marshes.
Okay.
Maya is going to be kind of keeping her mind link up with Argentia and keeping the Zaya mind link up with Zaya and kind of doing the very efficient, let me know if we need to adjust left or right, relaying that to Zaya, and constantly reassure both of them that they're doing a great job and we're going to go save the other dragon.
You know that it's a hike. On Zaya, getting from where you're at to the Shadow Marches is going to take you about 3 days. Amaya, that is your knowledge. So do you share that with the rest of the group?
Yeah.
Total aside tangent question.
Mm-hmm.
Was Ember ever with me when I went to the Madani Enclave in Stormreach? Did we all go, or did I just go with Gavin?
I think Gavin
What?
went once.
Pretty sure you just went with Gavin.
I'll
Bark-
double check if there's
Bark, I'm pretty sure, was probably there.
I think Barco was with you, but I don't.
Was that when I delivered my meat cart?
No, that was.
That was before that.
There was 2 of them.
That's true.
I do not think Ember was ever with, no.
Because I got one in
yeah.
Sean.
Okay. I was going to try to use some of her sending abilities, but
You were on your own to report.
okay.
The first time for sure.
Yeah, like I know Gavin went once, I know Barker went once because I know you went a couple of times.
Yeah, I did.
So
When you went back and got the
The journal.
sorry, I'm just scrolling through real quick.
yeah, I tend to keep notes more from my perspective, so sorry.
Does Ember have to have met someone?
Yeah, I have to be familiar.
Okay.
But, I mean, how familiar? That's up to GM. Because, I mean, like, if we're going CR rules, you would literally have to just draw a picture.
I think it was.
Workbench that you wanted. Yep. Thank you very much.
Sorry, it's not quite in there, but I think it was after you guys returned from the rescuing Nikali and Paladin. When you touch base with her next. It doesn't say specifically, so we'll assume you're on your own.
Okay.
Or Barca might have been with you to as bodyguard.
I'm always going to assume Barker was there.
Yeah, Barca usually went with Riri.
Good help.
I don't know.
Barca help.
I don't like
Barca help. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's up to the GM of what familiar with means.
Okay.
Well, as it is establishing a precedent, I'm actually going to leave that call on Brian's for Brian's judgment.
This is just as far as you casting a sending spell.
Yes.
It would probably take a little bit more than just a verbal description. Like if you had maybe a picture or something that might help.
Or if you could polymorph into them, or
If you can show her an image of the lady, that would also help.
Does Gavin have minor image?
No, Gavin does not. He's
Neither
more
do I.
combat-y.
Samesies. Yeah, I think at one of the other levels I swapped out my image because I wasn't using it.
Yeah.
I can draw a picture.
Well, I guess my first question is, to whom are you trying to get her to do ascending?
Right.
I want her to send to
Meredith?
yes, Meredith.
Okay. Would you like to attempt to draw a picture so that she can do said sending? Actually, hang on. Ember, do me a favor. We're going to call it a proficiency plus your intelligence modifier, please.
Yeah.
Okay. No, stop. Oh my god. Roll 14 different dice. Jeez. Okay. Oh, damn. All right. Plus my proficiency, that's a 22.
Nice. So you grew up in House Fidelis,
Mm-hmm.
and you were the golden child for a while, more or less, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You have actually met Meredith. She's a high-ranking member of Madani.
Okay.
So, like, when she starts talking about, I really, like, I may have to draw you a picture. I really need to send a thing to what's her title? I want to call her Venture Captain, but that's not accurate. That's Pathfinder.
She's the
Matron?
Oh, that doesn't work.
She's
Maybe
the
you can say,
head
like,
of the enclave, and
the head representative of the Enclave in Stormreach.
Just place it and then I'll...
Okay. Enclave leader Meredith. And you're like, Ember, you're kind of sitting there going, like, why is that familiar? Why is that familiar? And then it clicks. You met her in passing. She had more business to do with your parents and had no time for you. Not that she was rude. You were a kid you were younger.
Yeah.
So you've actually met her.
Was she impressed with my music? It's the only time that she would have met me.
Probably some sort of social.
It would have been a social gathering, and I would have been playing my violin. So probably like a little. They usually bring me out for like little concerts. You know how like in the medieval whatever Renaissance era,
Mm-hmm.
they would have like little private in-home concerts.
A salon, if you will.
Yes.
Yes, she was impressed with your violin playing.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I actually know Meredith.
really, can you send a message to her for me?
Yeah. 25 words or less.
I'm working on it.
You're typing it out. I love it.
Yes, I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
While she's typing that up, I will be more entertaining than staring at things.
It's all good. I'm trying to, as subtly as I can, add notes to the.
Okay, I have my 25 words.
Okay.
From Rhiannon, Lyria sold to Drask 5 years ago. Whereabouts unknown. Status unknown. No leads yet. Need more information. Then we all go after her.
And is that exactly 25 words?
That is exactly 25 words.
Okay. And Rhiannon, or I'm sorry, Ember, do you go verbatim?
Yeah.
Okay. You have been the occasional agent of chaos, so it was a valid question.
I know, and trust me, if it had more brain power at this moment, it would have.
There is a momentary pause, and then a female voice responds. Your message is acknowledged.
I cast another sending.
Thanks.
Are you? Oh, no.
I'm watching Brian count.
The second sending is just one word. And?
Yes. Yes. Actually, yeah. It's going to be one word.
So are you no, and then and?
No.
What?
You are such a jerk.
You
No.
are the DM right now, Brian.
I'm only casting sending, and it is literally going to be the word and.
I don't know you. I will send Rhiannon information when it's available.
Oh, I'm going to let it go. All right.
You're growing as a person!
Hey, look at that.
I'm making it daytime.
I'm going to let it go for right now.
I mean, admittedly, you didn't identify yourself in your message.
To be fair, Rhiannon would not be surprised by Meredith acting that way either. So, sorry I used too many of your words.
Suddenly, Floor Jansen's cover of Let It Go starts
It
playing.
had Rhiannon in it. It's 25 words.
It's Meredith. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know you.
It should have known.
You could be anyone saying it's from me.
That's true. That is true.
Okay. And as the sun starts to set in the west, it ends the day of frivolity and slightly bitchy enclave leaders. One mildly concussed goblin and a slightly frantic dragon in the form of a small child. How do you guys rest? Do you set a watch? Do you just let Zaya kind of do her thing and wake you up if you need to? What do you do?
Well, Nikali only needs 4 hours, so he can take at least one of the watches. And truthfully, he usually likes being up on deck anyway.
True.
Bark,
I do like taking the first watch myself, actually.
Amaya will definitely take at least one watch, and she's honestly kind of trying to sleep as little as possible while still staying rested enough.
What were we going to say, Barca?
Barca kicks all the goblins out of his room and himself, and he cleans the room up really nicely, and he makes a bed. And he sleeps outside of the door, and he makes the goblins sleep in the cargo hold for the dragon.
Aww. Oh.
So at one point, when he's kind of set all this stuff up, Gavin is kind of walking by and he sees Barca kind of curled up on the floor in front of the door. Barca, buddy, what are you doing?
Sleeping.
Yeah, but why aren't you sleeping in your room?
Tina's room now.
Oh. Hey, we do have more rooms.
Barca. Comfortable with Barca is.
Gavin steps into his room, and he comes back a minute later with a blanket, and he just kind of lays it over Barca. Doesn't say anything.
Stops shivering.
Doesn't say anything, and he just goes back into his room.
Maya probably ends up having a similar conversation with Barca and just kind of politely asks if it's all right if she checks on Argia.
Jesus. Can a bugbear just fall asleep in the middle of the hallway without people bothering him?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. When Gavin comes back into their room, Rhiannon follows through with her promise from earlier. That's all.
Okay.
And what promise was that, Precious?
They're having grown-up bonding time.
They're playing a game.
They're wrestling.
They're wrestling.
They're wrestling.
They're playing their own version of tag.
They're playing exactly.
Barca hears
Their own
them playing.
version
No,
of
I'm
tag.
just kidding.
I mean, probably.
Rhiannon's
Oh.
not quiet.
During
Is there
watch,
an upgrade we can take for Zaya to make certain areas of her soundproof?
that's a special feat.
She just grows an extra thick layer of moss on the interior of the wall, separating Gavin and Rhiannon's room from everything else.
Oh.
Just looks like the egg cartons.
Ember, you were going to say something.
It was just saying that during my watch, I am going to take my 3 goblins, and we're going to practice on deck like we usually do.
All right. Those of you taking a watch, I believe Ember was first. Amaya, do you want to take the last watch and then just kind of lead into the day?
Yeah, Amaya will take the last watch.
All right. So we'll go Ember, Nikali, Amaya. So Ember, Nikali, and Amaya, go ahead and roll your perception checks, please. And please give them to me in that order.
7.
Nikali got a 14.
Okay.
Maya got 16.
Okay.
I suppose would Zaya do a perception roll as well?
Yes. Have her roll for all 3 of the watches.
Does Zaya have stats for that?
It would be I don't think she actually is proficient with it, so it would be a wisdom check.
Well, I mean, like, does she have a wisdom score and all that somewhere?
She does. It's in the Zaya section in the notes. Hang on, I'll put it up here. Her wisdom score is 14, so it'll be a +2.
Alright. So 3 + 2 rolls.
And just throwing this out there, one of the things you can level up is getting her to train in a skill or something.
That's a good point.
Just throwing that out there.
There's so many things.
As well as getting proficiency with a saving throw or...
Yeah.
Just too
Boy.
many things.
Not
Well, the
rolling.
goal is to make too many things, so you can't have all of it. You gotta pick what you want.
Congrats.
Not rolling too well for Zaya, unfortunately. 5, 6, and 9.
Oh, God.
She's just happy to be flying and have somebody to talk to.
This was the best day.
Okay. Well...
Although it makes sense that I have a low perception check when I'm practicing on the deck.
I mean, yeah, that tracks.
It totally does.
So,
Zaya's favorite tunes because she's distracted too.
Ember, your watch goes by without incident. You get some good practice in. The goblins are getting passable. Zaya's just pleased because you keep playing music that she loves. And so, yeah, you guys all head to bed in a pretty happy mood. Of course, you go back down to your quarters, you see Barca kind of curled up with a blanket over him.
I come back out and I give him a pillow. I gently scoop up his head and put it on the pillow. Give him a little pat and go back to bed.
He doesn't even go ahead, sorry.
He actually senses something under his head and he starts grasping at it with his hands, and then he starts hugging the pillow with his head still on the ground.
Aww.
That's cute.
It's just cuteness.
It's also just terrifying how much damage he can output. Anyway, Nikali, you were taking your watch and you're walking around on deck, and you're really just enjoying, like, it's night, the air is fresh. You're kind of heading more you're used to the warmer temperatures coming from Zendrik. Up here the air is a little drier, it's a little cooler, but you see just this whole sea of stars that are different from the stars that you grew up watching, and it's just this amazing vista. The moon, several of the moons are lighting up the ring of Sybaris. It's this absolutely gorgeous night, which, by the way, if you didn't know, Eberron is a ringed world. There is a ring of asteroid field around it, which can be seen at various points throughout the year. And I believe can be seen pretty much throughout the day because the sun shoots through it.
Mm-hmm. And it's got 12 moons.
Got 12 moons.
Dude, I didn't realize that Eberron was now that much cooler in my mind.
It's a thing that's often glossed over by GMs, but it's one of the fact that it's a ringed world makes me just so fucking happy. But yeah, so you've got the ring of Sybaris kind of stretching out before you, this massive sea of stars, about 4 of the 12 moons overhead. It is fucking beautiful. At one point, you started passing over what Amaya had informed you was a mountain range that you were going to be passing over.
Okay.
And I'm forgetting what it's called. Give me a moment. I think it's the Grey Wall Mountains. Yes, it is. You were passing over kind of the northern part of the Grey Wall Mountains, which separates the border between Brayland and Droam. She recommended that taking Zaya a little higher up. One, to kind of clear the mountaintops, but also Droam is not the safest place in the world. So as you're kind of flying up and high, and occasionally you'll see, like, Zaya didn't roll well on her perceptions, but she did roll well enough to see fucking mountains in her way. So kind of course corrections and whatever she just tends to make on her own. So there's a few mountain crags and tops periodically that actually do go kind of up past the ship, but not over many. But as you're standing there, kind of looking at the stars and taking in the night, and maybe having a bit of a mind link conversation with Zaya about how beautiful the sky is, you hear the faintest whisper of what sounds like wings flapping.
Okay, I'll start looking around to see if I can find the source of the flapping.
You're standing kind of back on the stern, a little higher up on what would be like the pilot's deck. And you kind of look around and you look towards the bow of the ship and you see you've got dark vision to, 120?
Yeah.
So this, the ship is quite long. It's 300 long. So you can't quite see all the way to the end with your dark vision. But I imagine Zaya has some like Do we determine that? Does she have bioluminescent like lanterns?
She can. I don't. I would imagine that would go in with the Shapewood thing. I don't see that as really being a.
Okay.
I mean,
So it's
otherwise,
it's a dark ship.
Or whatever on the ship anyway, as far as normal operations gear.
Yeah.
Because I know we took that from, if nothing else, we took all of that from the Goblin ship.
So yeah, you see off on the far edge, kind of edging out of your dark vision, but kind of with the bioluminescence, the bluish greenish glow from the bioluminescent lanterns, you see several forms, kind of each of them landing in turn on the deck of the ship.
Okay, I will approach slowly, letting Zaya know.
And yeah, like the minute they touch her deck, she's like, "There's somebody on the ship."
Go ahead and let Amaya know.
Okay. Amaya, you get awoken by Zaya's very soft but concerned, Mom, wake up.
What is it, sweetheart?
There's somebody on the ship who's not supposed to be on the ship.
Maya's eyes suddenly wide open. She's out of bed and she's booking it to the top deck.
Okay. Nikali, you're approaching. You get to where your dark vision actually reaches, and you see a oh shit, where is it? You see 6 winged forms clustered around the bow of the ship. They're humanoid, other than having wings. And as you kind of get a little closer, you recognize you see they're vaguely feminine in their form. And they. Turn to look at you.
And I will approach, not hostilely, but cautiously, and say, I admit I am still learning many of the rules, but I believe you need to ask permission to come aboard.
At which point they kind of part, and a much taller, much more severe, and generally less attractive one steps forward and just lets out this shriek. Make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, no. Act of war.
That would be a 14.
That had to, did we hear this shriek?
Yeah.
You did, in point of fact. I'm sorry, Brian, it would be a wisdom save. Does that change anything?
Wisdom save would have been an 11.
Okay. She lets out this long, sustained shriek. Everybody on Zaya, because apparently this is a massive area, I didn't realize how large it was, can make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, crap.
Oh, that's not good.
Including Zaya.
Is this a charmed effect?
It is a charmed effect.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I get advantage versus charm.
Oh, do it.
Please, that's why I asked.
So,
My dog.
It's not for advantage because one of them
the second roll is 20.
All right, Nikali, you're fine.
Narash, you got a 13. I'm sorry, are we not giving numbers yet? I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Narash, you got a 13. Ember.
Yeah, I got a 6. That's why I'm currently looking up some abilities.
Okay. Barca.
Critical fail for a 0.
Man.
Oh, yep, of course it is.
And
Of course it is.
Maya.
Amaya got a 23,
Go near me.
and for Zaya, the average proficiency bonus of the party at this point is a +3, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Then Zaya would have gotten also 23.
Rhiannon got a 21.
Okay. So those of you who rolled 14 or lower, instead of hearing this high-pitched, shrill shriek, you hear this beautiful, charming, delightful song. And you immediately think to yourselves, man, whoever is singing that song, they're good people. We like
This is my
them.
jam.
This is my fucking jam.
Did
All
Gavin
right.
get-
So Gavin got a 10.
Oh, yay.
My jam. Hey, y'all, the map changed.
Oh, there's a map.
Yes, it did.
Oh.
Boy.
All right. I have the wrong dude on there for you, Brian, so give me a second.
No worries.
Oop, wrong one.
I forget how to change my picture on
As far as
the character on the little icons.
the little bear has control of that.
That's why.
You can ask him to change it.
I can change it if you want me to.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So, Nikali, you are Jia. And everybody else, I'm going to move you off to the side because you are not on deck yet. I was not able to find a decent airship configuration at this point.
That's fair.
Once I do, I will. Or I might just see if I can't render some of the pictures that we had into a map. I don't know. What I will say is getting 300 squares on these particular maps is kind of rough.
What?
Sure.
So
300?
she's 300 feet or 300 squares long or feet long. So it would be not squares. It would be
Yeah, Zaya's
300 divided by 5.
And considering that most Eberron airships are like like twice that.
So 150 squares, basically.
Okay.
That's a lot of squares.
There's a lot of squares. But
Mm-hmm.
you don't need feet squares because it's 5 feet.
Mm-hmm. So 300 squares divided by 5 is 100. It'd be 150 squares. 5 feet per square, right? Am I doing that math wrong?
I think you're doing that math wrong.
Yeah.
You're
I
doing
did
the
that
math
math
wrong.
wrong. Yeah. I'm Barca. I don't
For
know.
what, like 60
60, I think.
squares?
Yeah. Yeah.
Regardless, it's a big
Okay.
map.
I did that math wrong too, so 60 squares is more manageable, but I will worry about that at another time.
Right. Because
No worries.
I was looking at this, I'm like, these squares are tiny. Okay.
So honestly, we might theater of the mind this. The one of the other combats we can work it, but we might theater of the mind this, just because I don't have the proportions correct for this.
That's fine.
Oh, no worries.
You got it.
So yeah, for the time being, we will theater of the mind this. So I'll drop us back on the other map. Blurp. Cool. All right, so I would like for Nikali, go ahead and make an Arcana check, please.
9.
You're not sure what she did, but it didn't sound nice to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a. Seems like to be of some sort of hostile intent because the persons involved didn't really want to talk.
All right, so I guess then initiative should be rolled.
Oh, that's lovely. All right.
Laura, are you capable and willing?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
What did Nicole get?
You're just making things up, so.
Oh, I hope I don't have to remind children to be quiet because I just told you if I remind you again, the PS4 is going off. What did Nicole roll?
Nicole got an 11.
What's your initial mod?
+3.
Rhiannon rolled a total of 19. Amaya. You are muted.
How did I check that? Amaya got an 11 with a +3.
So I guess Amaya and Nicole go at the same time. Barca.
I'm muted. 13 + 3.
Okay. Ember.
8 + 3.
Ouch. Narashti.
I got a total of 8 with a +3 mod. Not going so great.
Nope. Gavin.
This is my jam.
10 with a +3.
And what about our bad dudes? Unless our Argentia is.
There is also, depending whether you want to, there is potentially Liddy and the Goblin crew as well.
True.
Let's leave them. I will roll for Argentia, but let's leave Nicole, or let's leave Liddy and the Goblin crew off.
That is fair.
They fail their saves. They don't want to attack because it sounds pretty. However, Argentia.
I mean, the Goblin's will saving roll is a -1, so.
Makes sense.
Argentia. Poor Argentia. Argentia will go at a 2.
I feel your pain, beautiful dragon lady.
And the bad guys.
Put HM at an 18.
Okay.
Put H at a 12.
Cool.
All right, so top
Season
of the
one.
round.
Top of the round is Rhiannon, but give me a second to get these in order.
Got it.
Okay. Top of the round is Rhiannon. HM is on deck. I do not like Rhiannon being this high in the short round. Rhiannon, realizing that there's some shrieking going on that does not sound good, will race up to the deck of the ship.
Okay. It will take your dash to get there.
Cool.
So yeah, you race up, you run up the thing, you run up the stairs, you are on deck. You see way down on the far end of the bow, roughly about where does the crew quarters come up? Let me look at the picture of Zaya.
Knowing what she knows about, action economy, if she can realize that she'll have to use her action to get up on the deck, she will misty step up to the deck.
Okay.
So that she can still have an action left.
So it's probably you misty step up to the deck. They are about 200 feet away. Because Zaya is fucking huge.
Awesome. I cast Mage Armor.
Okay.
That will end Rhiannon's turn. So
Sorry,
Alright.
are they on the front of the ship or the back of the ship?
They are on the front. They're on the bow of the ship, the very front. You hit approach, so you're about 30 feet away from them. But looking at the picture of Zaya, it looks like the doors that kind of lead to the below decks area are towards the back of the ship. So
Well, just to let you know, so those two big kind of rectangles are like the cargo doors. Right in front of it, it's kind of hard to see because of the glare. There's the ladder that goes below decks.
oh, okay.
The two other ladders by that mast go up to the
top.
observation / what would have been the steering deck.
Got it. You know, I am actually
Isn't
looking.
that Amaya's room? The captain quarter right there?
Well, it's not a. Well, I have to. I suppose we can make it whatever we want. So yeah, it's an enclosed thing. It could be hers.
Yeah, I could have sworn that was established, but alright.
Never mind. So that's more like probably
10,
60 feet away.
30, 40.
Won't change my action, to be fair, because Mage Armor is more important than firing to Rhiannon right now. So after Rhiannon is HM, and then it'll be Barca.
Okay.
You should take the picture of the dragons and just shift them so we can actually see Zaya on.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
I can do that.
A little more of a visual representation. Right.
There you go. Zaya. All right. So the HM is going to do a thing. Okay. This is not going to end well for her. She looks at Nikali with this kind of disdainful glare, and she's like, in this, you know, she's pretty hideous looking. Think hag-like, big leathery wings behind her. She looks you up and down with somewhat disdain, but then this kind of soft, very mellifluous voice. She's like, "Be a dear. Would you kindly go get me something to eat?" And she waits. That will end her turn.
After that is Barca.
Barca, since Barca thinks music sounds sweet, because I take it the music's still going. The singing siren, is that still good?
No, the siren has faded, but it was definitely beautiful.
Oh, Barca just assumed that was Ember and goblins rehearsing.
Does Barca
So
then
he-
attempt to go back to sleep?
Barca stays outside. Barca is awake. He takes the pillow and the blanket and he leans up against the door or right next to the door and uses the pillow as like a back brace. Just kind of sits there.
Okay. After
But-
Barca.
He takes no action.
After Barca is H.
They are going to also hold their actions and see what Nikali does.
After H is Amaya.
Maya is booking it up to the top deck to figure out what just landed on Zaya.
All right. You get up to the top deck. Your speed is 45? Or did that increase?
Correct.
Okay.
Still 45.
You get up to the top deck. It will. Well, is that upper deck room Amaya's? Is that what we decided?
It might as well be. That's fine.
Okay, so you still will have an action. You kind of get up. You're towards the back of the ship, but you get up and out, and you see all the way down on the far end of the deck. Nikali is at the moment kind of squaring off in front of a group of what appears to be 7 winged female creatures. Rhiannon's kind of halfway between you and them, and you see her kind of just finishing a spell as you recognize the kind of arcane armor takes shape around her.
Gotcha. And they're a couple of 100 feet away in front of
Right,
Maya,
they're all the way down on the far end of the ship, which is a 300-foot deck.
All right. Amaya is going to double move then and go as far along the deck as she can.
Okay. You will get just about on par with where Rhiannon is.
Okay.
All right. Does that end your turn?
I guess very last thing, Amaya will mind link with Rhiannon since Rhiannon got here first and just ask, do we know the situation?
Nope.
You did hear the request that was made.
Oh. I will relay the request that was made, which I think was she wants Nikali to bring her something to eat.
What language was she saying that in? Was that common?
It was common.
And am I close enough to make out anything more distinct than winged feminine people?
You can make a nature roll if you'd like. And actually, Rhiannon, you are close enough to do so as well.
10.
17.
These are harpies.
Oh, BT Dubs harpies.
Okay.
Probably live in the mountaintops that you're passing over. So, that being the end of that, who's after Amaya?
Nikali is after Amaya. Gavin is on deck.
Okay.
Well, Nikali will bow. Of course. Eat this, and shoots a lightning bolt at the big happy lady.
Okay.
Bravo,
So
Nikali.
the way they're situated, this is the actual lightning bolt spell?
Yeah, so it's a line.
Okay, so the way they're situated, you're going to get her and 2 of the ones that are kind of flanking her.
Perfect. So it's a deck save DC 15.
All right, so the two lesser ones, one makes it, one fails, and the lady rolls a 21, so she will also succeed.
Okay.
They do not have any kind of evasion though, so.
Just to let you know, the damage roll on the roll 20, all those ones count as 2s, so it'd be 32 damage for the person who fails.
Okay.
Jesus. So half that for those that succeed, unless they've got an evasion thing, I suppose.
They do not.
And then
yeah, go ahead.
Was there anything else I can do? I don't think so. Well, and I fly back 10 feet as a bonus action.
Okay. You eat this, and she shrieks, and the two behind her, one of them like tried to like dive out of the way, but badly misjudged where it was happening and literally kind of dived right into it. And you see her just and like she's still up, but like literal tendrils of smoke are kind of rising off of large patches of charred flesh. The other one managed to get only part of it, but it's still not looking super happy. Their leader, on the other hand, looks more angry than anything else, and she lets out a piercing shriek, which, again, anybody who had failed initially, it sounds like just beautiful, melodious music. After Nikali.
Is Gavin with Ember on deck.
Okay, Gavin, although nobody's in the room to hear this, I'm going to tell Ember to practice a little more quietly, and he just rolls over and goes back to sleep. That's Gavin's turn. Ember!
Hey, buddy.
Since I got woken up, and it is not my music.
That is definitely not your music. It is
but
pretty, though.
It is my fucking jam.
Right?
I gotta meet this person, because obviously I need them. So I'm gonna burst out of my room.
It's the Flaming Rabbits 2.0, man.
Right? Better upgrade than damn goblins. So,
That's harsh.
Hey, Wanda is trying, okay?
We do the best we can. We work, and we work, and we work, and we work. And what was I saying? Anyway.
I can't even remember the third one. Julio! No, that's two.
That's two.
It's Wanda, Tulio, and Thrylila.
Thrylila!
Delilah.
I forgot about Thrylila.
Wow.
Okay.
Your goblins are going to have Destiny's Child syndrome.
Oh my god.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm gonna start running upstairs.
So you run upstairs to meet this amazing musician. Again, it's going to be kind of a dash to get all the way up to the actual like top deck, and down at the end you see this woman, and yeah, she's not the prettiest, but she's got a look. She's got kind of like a, you can make this work. Like this, like you've seen metal bands that have looked worse than this, and those were actually human.
Yeah. They're boring.
Right? This is like, you're not actually. Go ahead and make your nature check.
Look. Nature check. 20.
20. Yeah, these are harpies, but like you've never heard anything sing so gorgeously. So like maybe they've just gotten a bad rap.
Right.
So yes, you're on deck. Does that end your turn?
It's a lot of heart.
Yep.
Okay, after Ember.
Narashti.
Narashti.
I'm not muted. Okay. After hearing the music and being awake, she's gonna go up and check it out, but not in any rush, because there's no reason to rush to get up there. But so they'll probably, yeah. So I double move, but not.
Yeah, you'll do your dash and get up to the top. You did not make the save, correct?
I did not. No.
Okay. Yeah. So
I think I rolled like an 8.
You can make a nature check as well.
13.
Yeah, you don't know what they are, but God, they can sing.
Maybe Ember should start a band with these guys.
And you see Ember up there, and you're like, hey, maybe you should start a band with these guys.
Yeah, you say that. I'm like, Ember, maybe you should get them to start a band with you. It might work better than the goblins.
Fucking Wanda.
I don't Are they just charmed, or do they get to try to save again?
Well, we're getting there.
Okay. I'm getting a little worried. It's fine. If Narashti is done, it's Argenti's turn.
Yes, I'm done.
Barca, you see the door to what you have now proclaimed to be Argentia's room, Tina's room, open, and she kind of looks down at you, and she looks kind of up at the deck. She's like, "You don't," and again, she's in her human guise. You don't hear that?
I think it's just Ember practicing with her band.
That's kind of rude. I always thought Ember was quite talented.
Yeah.
He was talking to Barker.
Wait. What's talented?
Really good at what she does.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm out of touch with the music the kids are listening to these days, but I'm more of classic rock myself, but it's still pretty good. It sounds good to me.
You're hearing me. Oh, this isn't good. Come on, buddy. Let's get up on deck.
Does someone have control of Barca's brain again?
Possibly.
Okay, Barca trust Tina.
She'll offer you her hand and help you up. And she just doesn't let go as she leads you upstairs.
Okay.
All right. That is going to end Tina's turn.
That is the bottom of the round.
Okay.
So top of the round is Rhiannon again. I'm within 150 feet of him, right?
You are, yes.
Wonderful. Rhiannon will say, really sorry about this, Zaya. And cast Fireball. And aim it toward the back so that she doesn't get Nikali, who I think is right up close to them.
He was 30. He flew back 10 feet, so he's.
Oh, okay, we're good. I'll
fine.
center it on because it's a 20-foot dice. It's a 20-foot.
Dexterity saving throw?
Dex saving throw.
All right, so the leader got a 15.
That is a success.
And her minions okay, so 3 of them succeeded, 3 of them failed.
Brief hold, because okay.
Real quick, odd or even, dear? Odd or even, real fast?
Even?
Okay. One of the ones that failed was the one that got fucking blasted by Nikali.
Excellent.
And if you please sell all my things.
33 points of fire damage.
Oof.
I kind of hate to ask this, but does that mean that Zaya is taking some or all of this damage?
She will take all of it.
That's why I apologized.
How much was it again?
33, because it does go over her damage threshold.
Okay.
And remember, damage threshold isn't like damage reduction.
Right.
It's just
Right.
if the damage exceeds it, she takes the damage.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, you see as the fireball explodes, once again the leader harpy, the lead harpy, manages to kind of just catch the edge of it. Several more do, but two of them immediately go up in flames and disintegrate into ash. One of them is lying on the ground just screeching in agony. Those of you who, again, failed the save just hear beautiful, mellifluous music.
Seriously, this jam just gets better and fucking better. Wander, you're out.
Ah! But they also failed their saves. You're like, yeah, you're right.
After Rhiannon, because hang on, that was my action. I don't really feel like I have any bonus action spells. Other than Misty Step. So yeah. That's the end of Rhiannon's turn. She's how far away right now? 60 feet?
Yep.
60.
Lady, go back to the place in front of the
Yeah, we'll move up 30 feet and hopefully not die. And then that will be the end of Rhiannon's turn. It is the Harpy leader's turn.
Okay, just reading through something real quick. She glares at Nikali, and again in that beautiful, like completely off voice from her visage, she will. I didn't enjoy that. Your friend's too far away for me to do anything I can't do with, but you. And she just glares at you. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. It is also a charm effect.
Okay. Thank God for advantage. To 20 again.
Okay.
I rolled a 19 on one die and a 2 on the other.
For a second, you start hearing these soft whispers in your head, and they are these deep, sensual desires that will definitely haunt your dreams in the future, and not like nightmares. And you're kind of like, okay, that's kind of hot. I'm kind of in. Wait, hey, stop that! And she then stamps her foot in rage. That will end her turn.
Barca is up.
Well, I take it we're up on deck and Barca's seeing things happen.
You are. You may make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that's good. That's 16?
Yeah, you get up on deck and you see. Honestly, it's as you're approaching the deck and you see Rhiannon just launch a fireball at these things. There is that kind of moment of, well, Riri's attacking them. That means they must be bad, and that's when the charm goes away.
Oh. Okay, bad. Still sound good. I think we need to initiate Barca Tina form of Flying Dragon Rider.
All right, are you gonna then hold until she changes?
I'm gonna hold. So I'm gonna hold my action. I'm gonna hold my attack action, because here's my assumption is she's gonna change and we're gonna move, but we'll probably move on her turn. So I want to hold my attack action once she finishes her move, and it's holding a bow action really.
All right, sounds good. After Barca
are the harpies.
The remaining harpies that are not currently on fire descend on Nikali. Actually, we're going to say that 3 of them descend on Nikali. The remaining one that's still alive is badly injured from the fireball. She's going to say fuck it all and go after Rhiannon. Nikali, does a 13 hit you?
It would, but I'm going to, as my reaction, cast shield.
Okay.
No, it will not.
Awesome. She does get a second attack, which is a nat 20.
That will also miss, because I said so. No,
Nice try. So yeah, she leaps towards you. One of them leaps towards you. Talons extended, and just this talons and raw, sharpened, snaggly teeth. One of them you manage to kind of deflect with a shield spell, but the other one just grabs you kind of by the neck and starts digging into your throat. Go ahead and take 30 points of damage.
Ouch.
Sorry, did you say 3-0? 30?
3-0.
Okay.
And then the other one that's on you... the first one is definitely going to miss, but a 15 plus...
So with shield, my AC is an 18.
Okay, yeah, she's going to hit you even with shield. So yeah, you have 3 on you. One of them just tries to claw at you, misses. Second one claws, you manage to deflect with the shield, then it grabs you by the throat and starts ripping into your neck. The third one, again, just because there's kind of a clusterfuck, tries to get at you, can't get you with one talon, and the other one reaches in and starts raking across your back. Go ahead and take another 13 points of damage.
And the collie is down.
Yeah.
Rhiannon, the one on you, 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That is a 6. An 11 with your mage armor?
No.
Okay. So yeah, one of them just screeching flies straight towards you. Those snaggly teeth, bared claws. She slashes at you. The arcane armor kind of deflects part of the first one, but the second one again kind of rakes across your neck and jawline for 13 points of damage.
Hey, that's the moneymaker.
That will end the harpies.
Not the face. Not the face.
Not the face. Not the face.
After the harpies, it is Amaya's turn. Technically, Amaya and Nikali go at the same time.
Nikali, make a death saving throw.
That's con, right?
Yes.
17.
Yep.
All right, you are successful with one death saving throw. One daving throw is what I was going to try to say there. Amaya.
All right. So if Amaya was right about where Rhiannon was before, and Rhiannon was about 60 feet away, Amaya is currently about 60 feet away from the harpies, yes?
All but one. There's one that's right up on her at the moment.
Okay. Amaya is going to move 45 feet towards the other cluster of harpies and kind of try to circle around a little bit wide to not get an attack of opportunity by the harpy that's on Rhiannon.
Okay.
And as Amaya goes by Rhiannon, she's going to whip a very quick and intentional look at Rhiannon with just murder in her eyes and continue on towards the harpies.
Yeah, there was a bit of a scream from Zaya when the fireball hit.
Oh yeah, there's going to be words later. But that's later, not now. Once Amaya gets within 30 feet of the rest of the harpies, she's going to start firing off sunbolts at the harpy leader.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks.
Let's see, 19 for the first one.
Yes. That will hit.
Which will 6 radiant damage.
Okay.
The second one's an 8, so I'm assuming that misses.
That will miss.
Oy, third one is a 9, which I'm assuming misses.
That also misses.
And key point for the extra one, 15.
Will hit.
Thank goodness. Another 6 radiant damage.
Okay. So you start firing off these radiant bolts. 2 of them kind of go wide. She takes 2 of them and just kind of looks over at you, and you see this kind of wicked smile spread across her face. And again, well, in that kind of melodious voice that is very kind of disproportionate to how hideous she is, you hear this, "You're going to be next, and you will be delicious."
Amaya will fight back. Try me, bitch.
After Amaya.
After Amaya and Nikali, it is Gavin's turn.
Gavin is sleeping. Oh, I should maybe make another wisdom save. Hang on. Hang on. So again, nobody's down there to see this, but he suddenly is like, wait a minute. Ember doesn't know that song. And he misty steps up on deck.
I do now.
Now you do.
After Gavin, it is Ember and Narashti's turn.
Oh, Gavin is going to, because that was a bonus action, he's going to dash, so he's up next to the cluster of harpies around Nikali. He is not wearing his armor. But that I will deal with. Anyway, sorry, who did you say was next?
Ember and Narashti, who go at the same time.
Currently still mosh pitting it out.
Actually, Ember, go ahead. Both of you guys go ahead and make your wisdom saving throws again, please.
Okay. Wisdom saves, man.
I rolled a 1 for a... Oh, no, wait. I lied. It's a 7. I misread the dice. For a total
I
of 10.
rolled a 16 for a 15.
Okay, so Narashti, like, you're listening to this music and it's great. Like, you're digging it. You're loving it. You don't understand why your friends are attacking these people.
It's very confusing.
They just can't handle the mosh.
They just can't, like, this seems like a really aggressive mosh pit. That's all I'm saying. Especially when Gavin, like, runs by igniting his sword. You're like, dude! Ember, on the other hand, you're like, in a moment, your brain just kind of seems to kind of expand a little bit, and the music stops being music and starts being screamo, but like bad screamo.
God damn it, they sold out. Alright. Well,
what are you going to do?
fucking posers. I gotta die now. Okay,
You do see that Nikali has fallen to several of them.
Fuck! Okay. So, run over to, let's see, how far away Nikali from me?
If you had just gotten to the deck, Nikali's going to be probably about
Within 30?
Yeah, he's within 30.
Okay. Then I will use up my 30 feet of movement to get over to Nikali. And then I will healing word? No. Healing.
Cure wounds?
Cure wounds is touch. Yes. Cure wounds. Cure wounds at a second level for a grand total of 15.
Sweet.
And then my bonus action. I will. You know what? I'm going to do this. Bonus action. I am going to use my undeniable logic
Mm-hmm.
and point at the. What was she? A succubus?
Harpy.
Harpy? Okay.
Mhm.
I will point at the harpy and fucking poser! You can't. Ah! And let's see. They take 1d8 psychic damage.
Is there a save, or does it just happen?
That just happens. There is an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
DC 14 for the other thing that it will have disadvantage on its next saving throw.
It did roll a dirty 20 on that.
Okay, then never mind. That doesn't happen, but it does take 4 psychic damage.
So you call her a fucking poser, and you see her just kind of clap her hand against her temple, and just kind of a little bit of blood kind of trickle out the nose hole.
Yeah,
Just a little.
that's awesome.
Little. You have a wrong haircut too.
Oh, you're just mean. After Ember. Oh, Narashti, you can do something. You're just.
Yes, give me 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. You have a child.
I love you, okay? I'll check in with you in 5 minutes. Don't worry. Alright, I'll check in with you. I gotta go maybe kill a bad guy, but I think they're cool, good guy.
Guess what?
Tell me in 2 minutes, okay? Sorry.
I could
okay.
try to tell you.
You try to tell me on the text. Sorry, incoming. I'm gonna ask Amaya in Mind Link because there's a lot of chaos. I'm like, why are we hurting new potential bandmates for Ember?
You're asking Amaya?
No, actually, wait. Ember, you just attacked him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind. I'll ask Ember. Sorry, that's what I was gonna do before your turn. But now I'll ask Ember. Why did you attack potential new bandmates?
They're fake. It's fake news.
Oh. I think all of us just took a D4 of psychic damage.
Yeah.
Hirashki will just stand there confused.
Too soon.
But maybe
Real.
All right. Is there something you're going to do, Narashti, or shall we move on?
No, because I'm very just confused.
All right. Who's after Narashti?
Argentia at the bottom of the round.
Argentia, in her child form, just kind of looks over at Barca, changes into the dragon. You see one claw just grab him, put him on her back, and takes off. She's just gonna dash. Barca, are you aiming at the leader lady?
I'm aiming at the leader lady, correct.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. I'm debating if I want to give you advantage for firing from mounted. I don't know if there is, or a disadvantage from firing from mounted for the first time. Yeah, I think disadvantage is going to be the way to go with that. Go ahead and roll your ranged attack with disadvantage.
Right on. So that's 2 2s. So miss there.
So fate stated that it was going to be the thing either way.
Yeah. I have 2 attacks though.
All right, you can take it again.
And then, so it's plus 8. So a 15.
15 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That'll be for 7 damage.
Nice.
Piercing.
All right, so this dragon just barreling kind of down the deck, almost maybe about 8 feet above the deck, with Barca on the back, sails over Rhiannon's head, over Ember's head, over Nikali's head, as Barca just 1, 2 arrows. One hits the deck right at her feet, the other one just kind of buries itself in her shoulder. She lets out a shriek. This time nobody is fooled, except for maybe the goblins. And she glares up and then sees the dragon and just kind of, those of you close enough, which is basically like Nikali and Ember and Gavin at this point, are just hear her go, oh fuck.
I then, at the end of,
Right, bitch.
I tell her at the end of her turn to throw me at the leader lady.
Animal!
She did double move to get there, so she will not be able to do that.
How far? Just out of curiosity, how far above are we? Are we
all
above
of about 10 feet?
Okay, so we're just above, like we're hovering just above the group of attackers. Okay.
Yes.
I'm just trying to pre-plan my next move. So.
All right. After Argentia and Argentia.
It is the top of the round with Rhiannon. So question.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember, where did Gavin go over by Nikali? Please say
Yeah,
yes.
Gavin is over by Nikali at the moment, yes.
Are they within 30 feet of Rhiannon?
If they're not, then I think they're within... No, they would be, because yes, they are.
Wonderful. Rhiannon moves 30 feet and is going to use sorcery points to cast Mage Armor Twinned and touch both Gavin and Nikali.
Nice! That's
so you're
fucking neat.
I know, right? I'm so excited. That was the little dance I did a minute ago when I figured that out. So your AC becomes 13 plus your Dex modifier.
Awesome.
So, not phenomenal, but it's better than whatever the fuck you had, probably.
Oh, it's definitely better than whatever the fuck I had.
And it lasts 8 hours, so you're welcome. That was just a first level.
Are there still 3 harpies around us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. 28 costs 1. Yes. Okay. All right, and then as a do I want to do that? I don't think I want to. Okay, and then as a bonus action.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do that because that's a spell. Fuck it. As a bonus action, I am going to summon my Hound of Ill Omen.
Ha! Nice.
And I am going to target the Harpy leader.
Okay, so a wolfy wolf appears next to the Harpy leader.
Yeah, dire wolf, essentially.
Dire wolf. She is having a bad day, you guys.
Uh-huh.
All right. Does it attack right away?
Give me 5 seconds because I am scanning. I need to roll an ish.
Okay.
What do you add for a modifier for initiative?
Dex usually, yeah.
So it goes at a 12.
Okay.
I don't know if the Harpies have a modifier.
It's a +1.
So it'll go before the harpies. That is the end of Rhiannon's turn. It is the harpy leader's turn.
Okay. She is going to... She is super fucked, is what she is. She's going to fly up to Argentia, kind of keeping the dragon between herself and Barca, and attack the dragon.
Does the hound get an attack of opportunity?
It does.
Oh, that bitch.
That's just not okay.
Also, I take it, is she within 5 feet of the dragon if she goes up and attacks the dragon?
She is.
Sentinel, bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Can you do Sentinel with a ranged weapon?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to go take a look here.
The hound rolled a 22 to hit with a bite.
Will definitely hit.
Do I still... Technically, she should make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. I don't know if that still counts if she's flying away.
It does. Flying creatures that get knocked prone start to fall.
Mm-hmm. All right, strength saving throw.
Mm-hmm. And she'll take 11 points of piercing damage from the bite.
I'm guessing 17 is going to beat that saving throw.
Yeah, it's only a DC 13.
All right, but she does take the pain. You realize that she did not realize that it was there. What were you say, Barca?
It does say make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature. So I assume since I have a bow out, I probably wouldn't be able to.
I mean, you could. I would say you could make an unarmed attack. You could punch her.
Could I stab it with an arrow?
Technically, yeah. I don't see why not.
Yeah, then definitely.
I would say that would be your attack bonus plus your strength, but not your proficiency, because you're not proficient in arrow.
I'm proficient in fucking things up.
True, but not arrow.
Truth.
The pointy end goes into the person.
All right. Opportunity attack will miss. I rolled a natural one.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, she rakes into the soft underbelly of Tina. I rolled 2 20s on both of her, a 20 on each of her attacks.
Oh, shit.
Let me just real quick see the hit point totals of dragons. We're good. Still a shitload, though. You hear Tina let out this screech of pain. As she tears into her underbelly. Those of you who are kind of looking from underneath, you see a great deal of blood pouring down on top of the harpy woman, who's literally just kind of...
Oh, yeah, no.
After the harpy leader.
After the harpy leader, it is Barca's turn.
Barca goes into a massive rage. And he jumps down off of Tina and grapples the harpy that's attacking Tina.
Go ahead and make your athletics roll, because you are you. It's with advantage.
That'll be for a 20 dirty.
Yeah, no, yeah. You drop off the back of Argentia, just and grab on, giant bear hug, pinning her wings to her sides, and you both wham slam down on the deck. You get the first 10 feet for free, so it's just kind of jarring, not really painful. But yeah, you've got her grappled pretty fucking good.
I just tell her, look out for flying bugbears, bitch.
I would also like to point out that technically the grapple counts as one of your attacks. So you could take, like, a headbutt.
Yeah, I definitely. I take my head to smash her face into the ground as I say that.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit, please.
That'll be for a 20 dirty.
You will hit.
Okay, 5 points of... Because I've just got a straight 5 moniker of 5.
Right. Yeah, you slam your head against hers, and it subsequently kind of bounces off the deck. Her nose, which was already bleeding because of a psychic attack, now starts bleeding because of trauma. Does that end Barca's turn?
Is she currently prone with me grappled on her?
Yes.
Okay, just probably good notes to know.
All right, after Barca.
After Barca is my hound, and since the flying bugbear has so kindly knocked her back down to the hound's level, the hound is going to bite her.
Okay.
And because pack tactics, I get advantage because Bark is within 5 feet.
That's kind of awesome.
That is a 19 plus 5, so I'm assuming
you
this will hit. Shit, you not, 2 6s on the dice, so that is going to be 15 points of piercing damage.
So the wolf goes up to the kind of struggling figures, waits till Barca pulls his head back from headbutting her, and just descends down upon her, enveloping most of her head in his maw, and he chews a couple of times and pulls back. She is alive, but none of this... I mean, she didn't look great to begin with. This now looks like a massive hamburger.
Serves her right.
Who's after the hound?
After the hound... Just trying to make sure... Oh, this may come into play momentarily. While the hound is within 5 feet of her, she has disadvantage on saving throws against any spell I cast.
Okay.
Just FYI. After the hound are the other harpies.
They are...
My collie are on deck.
Well, the one that was on you is still on you, Rhiannon, so she's going to attempt to tear you.
I moved over to Gavin and Nikali.
Right, she's going to close that gap and rip into you, because she's fucking done with your spell-casty shit. 21?
Yeah, that'll hit.
And a 19.
Also will hit.
Those are both 6 points of damage, so 12 total.
I spit blood in her face.
The ones on Gavin and Nikali are going to focus on Gavin, because he's the one standing. So they attack.
You do realize Ember's right there because Ember had to touch Nikali to get him up. I
Fair
hate
enough.
to point out, but
well, then we'll do this. We'll do 2 on Gavin and 1 on Ember. 18, that's going to hit. 12, 16 is going to hit. There we go. So of the 4 attacks on Gavin, 1 of them missed. And then Ember, starts clawing at you. 16 to hit you,
Oh yeah, it hits.
and then 13 to hit you.
Actually, 13 is my AC.
So that will hit.
So-
You will take 12 points of damage.
Okie dokie.
That is slashing. Gavin will take 18. And so they're just clawing into Gavin. One of them rakes at you. Blood is drawn. Gavin is cursing. Who is after the harpies?
Amaya and Nikali, and then Gavin is on deck.
Okay. Let's go with Amaya first. Amaya, what are you doing?
Well, Amaya's going to fire off some more sunbolts at some nearby harpies. How many are on who?
There are 3 kind of spreading their attacks currently between Gavin and Ember. 2 of them on Gavin, 1 on Ember. There's 1 on Rhiannon, and Barca is wrestling with the leader.
All
who
right.
has both Barca and a direwolf all up in her business.
Right. Amaya will start then with the harpy that seems to be more focused on Ember.
Okay.
Fire off some sunbolts.
Roll to hit, please.
21.
Well, that definitely hits.
Okay, we'll do 8 radiant damage.
Okay, she shrieks in pain, is still up.
Second attack is 25 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And we'll do 6 more.
Alright, shrieks again, still up.
Third attack, 17 to hit.
Will hit.
And that will do another 6 damage.
Okay, is still up. Not looking so hot, though.
Bonus or key point for extra one, 24 to hit.
You hit, and it dies.
Excellent.
Well, can you only do 1 point of damage with that?
The minimum is 4.
Yeah, it dies.
Okay.
So yeah, you and the one on Ember just collapses on the deck.
And then if Amaya is not so positioned already, she'll kind of move to try to be within about 30 feet of any of the harpies so that she can hit anyone from where she's at.
You are in a position where you could easily do that.
Okay. Then that will be Amaya's turn.
Nikali.
So
There's
Nikali
Go ahead.
is going to cast a spell. He
Okay.
is going to spend a sorcery point
Yes.
to get a careful spell, so that up to his charisma modifier, so Rhiannon, Gavin, Ember, and himself automatically succeed on the saving throw for this, and he casts a storm sphere, which is a 20-foot radius sphere, pretty much centered on him, that remains for the spell's duration. Each creature in the sphere, when it appears, or who ends their turn, must succeed on a strength saving throw, so I'm assuming the 3 harpies.
Yep. I'll roll that.
It's a DC 15.
Okay. Uno. Nope. Dos. Nope. Tres. One of them makes it.
Okay, so the ones that failed will take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
Now, while they're in the sphere is considered difficult terrain. It's a 20-foot radius. Creatures within 30 feet of the sphere have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks based on hearing. So for the players that they automatically made their save, they don't take the bludgeoning damage. But then in addition, as a bonus action,
Okay.
I can cause a lightning bolt to shoot out and hit someone within 60 feet of the sphere.
Before you do that, pick one number on a 3-sider.
3.
Okay. Proceed.
So As a bonus action, on each of my turns, I can cause a lightning bolt to leap out from the center of the sphere towards one creature I choose within 60 feet of the sphere.
Okay.
I make a ranged spell attack if I have advantage. I get advantage on the attack roll if the target's in the sphere, which I am going to do.
Fair enough.
I'm going to pick one of these.
You do note that the one who has been on Rhiannon's ass is particularly savaged.
That's fine. We'll pick that one then.
Okay.
And that one, I got a 20 to hit.
You hit.
Not a nat 20, but a dirty 20.
Yeah, you still hit.
So that will be 14 lightning damage.
It immediately explodes.
In addition to that, because I'm a storm sorcerer, you'll use Heart of the Storm, so target creatures within 10 feet of me take 3 lightning damage just because I'm cool.
Jesus Christ.
So you became Storm.
I am fucking Storm, yes. But the beauty is, and I took a quick look at the careful spell. It doesn't say that. So as far as I know, the strength damage portion the players should be okay with because it just says they automatically succeed on the saving throw.
Okay.
Now
cool.
the difficult terrain is still difficult terrain regardless.
Right. I don't think Gavin's going anywhere though. So.
I kind of figured we were staying fairly put.
Okay. That was epic. Who's next? Gavin?
You are, yeah.
Gavin
Ember
has...
and Rashti are on deck.
Got it. Gavin is going to two-hand his sword, which he rarely does.
Oh, and I apologize. And then as my move action, I will stand up from prone.
Okay. Just rolling dice against myself. Don't mind me.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit like Thor right now. Just saying.
That was pretty awesome.
I dig it. That was phenomenal.
And the storm's still up because I'm concentrating on it.
All right. You see Gavin with the storm rising up around him. Now wearing kind of basically his boxers and faint arcane armor around him. The wind whipping his not styled at all hair all over the place. Glares. What's that? Yeah, no, he's definitely wearing boxers.
I think it's generous to give him boxers, so...
I was going to say, he's hooking up with a pretty elven lady. I think.
All right, fine. You know what? No, you're correct. If this was a female character, I would very likely make them naked. So you know what? Gavin is naked.
Yeah.
Fair.
So, bare-ass naked, hair completely flapping in the wind, other things as well. Two hands the sword, swings at both the harpies in front of him, and they both drop dead. You see the kind of the glowing green energy of the Venom Fang, the green energy kind of pouring out of their mouths as they are poisoned. And he kind of glares down at them, and he's like, "That was shitty music, and Ember is way better at that shit than you are."
Aww.
Can we just slight retcon and say that when Rhiannon did Mage Armor, she totally slapped him on the ass?
I'm here for it.
Bare ass. Just smacked him on his bare ass. It's fine.
Oh, who else heard that sound in their head? I did.
You're welcome.
He quinned the spell, so even the collie felt a little goose.
Yeah, woo!
Woo! Hey!
All right. All that is left is the Harpy leader. Who is next?
Ember and Narashti.
Do I get another saving throw?
You
'Cause I still
do
think
get
they
another
might be
saving
good
throw.
guys.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, what was it? Wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Should
I'm gonna
we
say-
do that?
I'm going to
Don't
give you
you-
advantage because at this point, like, all your friends seem to be pretty much on board with this.
It's okay.
Murder the
I got a
musicians.
22.
If it's
So-
wisdom,
Okay.
you already have advantage as a Kalashtar.
Oh.
Do I really?
Yes.
How
Kalashtar
do
have
I-
advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Should
How
say
do
right
we-
underneath your
There
save
should
box.
be an A
on
next
his-
to it.
Oh, but it already. Wait. Oh. I forget these things that I'm supposed to roll twice for that. I'm sorry.
Well, now you are free of the control.
Wait for a good story.
God. So she's like, oh, and I'm gonna shoot the last harpy, right? Because we just have the leader.
There's just
right?
the one. She's kind of being grappled by Barca and savaged by a wolf at the moment, but you can absolutely shoot her if you want.
Can I roll with disadvantage to avoid hitting Barca?
No, I'm gonna get. She's gonna get some cover, so her AC is gonna go up. So don't worry about that.
Okay, cool. Then, and I'm also going to. No, I'll call the next one. All right. 25 to hit.
You hit. What is your minimum damage?
Would be 4 plus. I
She
would
dies.
get sneak attack because she's at disadvantage. Yeah.
Yep, she dies.
How many hit points did she have?
She comes
after?
out of it just in time to kill the last one.
It was so close to just ripping her throat out.
I know. That's why I was laughing when you told me the damage. I was like, she has.
Once she dies, the hound goes poof.
Okay. So Gavin is now standing there in the midst of his like, is it not storming anywhere? What the fuck is happening right now?
And of course, we all have disadvantage on hearing you.
So you hear.
And I'll just end the storm of horribleness.
Rhiannon is
What the actual fuck was that?
those were harpies, lover.
Oh.
You're
Ew.
okay there.
Yeah, I don't like harpies.
I don't think you should have them as part of your band, Ember.
Hence why we were killing them.
Yep. Mhm.
Hey, Wanda! You're back in.
That's just from below deck. You hear a very faint woohoo.
What does Nikali get for dropping a 0?
Roll your d20, Nikali.
Bastion.
Yeah.
Barca will loot.
Yes, we loot all the bodies.
We dig through everything.
Doesn't matter if they exploded. We're going through the gore. Yeah.
All right. I got it. I want Nikali to roll his thing first, though.
And Maya has something that she's going to be doing before any looting happens as well.
All right. First,
Oh, God.
Nikali.
Oh.
Yes.
What did you roll on your d20?
I did not roll yet, but I will now roll. A 1.
Brian remembers what this one is, I think.
Great.
Yeah, it looks like one of the during this the clusterfuck of them raining pain down out of you. It seems like one of them dug out one of your eyes, popped it out of your head, and just because it's funny, popped it in your mouth.
I am
Popped it in her
fucking
mouth.
Thor!
You are.
Oh gosh.
Oh god. So yes, you are at disadvantage.
4 in the morning.
You are at disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight and ranged attack rolls. You're gonna need something like regenerate to get it back.
Right.
I love that it says if you have no eyes left, you have the blinded condition.
Well, I mean, it can happen to you again, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're missing one of your eyes. Amaya.
Which one?
So, once the last harpy goes down, Amaya is going to kind of scan the area, make sure there aren't any other hostiles nearby. And I'm going to apologize in advance and if this gets a little too intense at some point. So she turns and looks at Rhiannon and will say simultaneously out loud and through a mind link, "You." And starts not running, but striding with definite purpose towards Rhiannon, which, considering how fast Amaya is still rather intimidating.
Whoa, I said I was sorry.
Whoa, what happened?
Oh, you said you were sorry. Tell me, how much damage did that sorry prevent?
Whoa.
Hmm? Was it none? What
And Rhiannon
fuck was that?
It was a choice.
A choice. A choice. Zaya has been kind and gracious enough to stay with us. Zaya did not choose to stand there. Zaya is not unfortunate but unnecessary. And you see Amaya is like vibrating.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Ember, it's fine. Nope, I deserve this. Let it go. I understand. You have every right to be angry with me. Every right. Zaya, unfortunately, can take more damage than Nikali can, or than anybody else in this party can, and she will still be okay. I had to make a choice, and I made it quickly, and I am sorry.
Zaya is not just a member of the group. You hurt my daughter. So I'm going to make a choice too. You ever do that again, whatever pain you cause, whatever damage you inflict, I will take out of your hide tenfold. And she turns and she kind of starts to walk away, but she gets like a half step and then stops herself and turns back to look at you and says, "Oh, but don't worry, I'll say sorry first." And then she turns and stalks off.
I deserved that.
What the fuck happened?
I dropped a fireball on the group of harpies. I dropped a fireball.
I'm the queen.
You did.
No, I'm older.
Narashki will cast Cure Wounds on Zaya for 15.
And Maya's pretty much immediately like at that point talking with Sasha, like, hey, rest, heal up a little bit, kind of telling her to go into that meditative regeneration state to heal up the damage as well.
Where's the 99 pieces of wood? 99.
We never said one way or another if the cure wounds would work.
And at first I had
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just assumed it would, but maybe it wouldn't.
No.
do it.
I honestly, she is a living creature, so I don't see any reason why it wouldn't necessarily. That being said, though, being that she is a large ship, and cure spells are meant to target, single individuals kind of more. We'll think of a ruling. Maybe it does like half or something, just because it's it's covering a bigger area or something. I don't know. We can figure that out later.
Maybe
I don't know
if she has to direct the cure like at the location of the damage.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Because if I'm just literally right where there's I'm guessing a burn mark.
Some scorch marks and whatnot. Yeah.
And if I cast it right there,
So yeah, I'd say that would make sense. That you'd have to be in the area that was damaged to heal it. That would make sense.
Okay.
So, it is generally we go to 5. I'm good to going till 5. It's about 3/4 to 4 right now. Do we want to power through, or do we need a quick bio break?
A pee if we could take like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm good with just keeping it to like 5 minutes or whatever. But yeah, all right, cool.
Yep.
Take a quick 5 minute. We'll be back.
Oh, Rhiannon is bloody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who else is hurt?
Boop. 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 All right. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a successful urination.
Thanks. It's for interesting sound effects.
I know, I feel lighter.
How?
There's a lot of pee. All right. I suppose y'all want some treasure.
Yes, as stated, we loot literally everything.
Brian, if you would kindly write this down in the notes, I will do the kind of logistical administration later.
I'm writing down notes right now. I'm going to update the Zaya doc later after we're done, but I'll note it all.
I'd like to think these harpies stumbled across an abandoned mansion with a bunch of loot lying on the ground.
I also like to
I like that thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like 12,000 gold worth of loot.
Yeah, like what is all this ashy substance? I'm not sure.
There is 1,986 gold pieces.
No, really? Jesus.
70 platinum pieces. Assorted
Right.
gems, 8 of them, worth 50 apiece.
Okay.
And a potion, which you will eventually be able to identify as a potion of fire breath.
Potion of what?
Fire breath.
Yeah, I don't think you earned that one. Wipe that excited look off your face. Because if we gave you that potion, we would get the next spewing out.
I have this vision of Rhiannon getting like really excited about it and then like looking up to see Amaya just like death glare at her again and then like she like puts it down.
Yeah, that's canon now.
Okay.
Make sure the
100%.
spread it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So. You find their loot. Gavin is all about just chucking the bodies off the side.
Before
Liddy.
you do, Nikali would like to take several of their feathers.
Okay. You collect several harpy feathers.
Nice treat.
I feed one to Liddy.
He's very grateful.
I was feeling a bit peckish, thank you.
And I suppose we could feed whatever bodies aren't dust, just in general, to Liddy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to dispose of bodies.
Yeah.
You know what? It's days like this, and I'm glad we don't have a paladin with us right now.
Yeah, this is not.
This map,
Oh wait,
this world.
don't we? Yeah, well, yeah.
Cass isn't with us. What he doesn't know won't hurt him.
Paladin's away.
Nice enough to our person. Where is our
I'm trying to decide if Kira would have a problem with that.
Where's our home? What?
I don't think she would. They're already dead.
But D&D paladins are not all lawful good.
I know, my paladin is lawful neutral.
I believe Cass is lawful good, however.
Ah, that might make a difference.
Maybe. Lawful good to his god, though.
Gavin is going to, as people are kind of searching and distributing and all that stuff, he goes and surreptitiously puts on some pants.
That's fair.
What do you guys do?
I think Nikali would like to take his 4-hour trance now.
I could use a bit of a nap myself.
Gavin's like, I'll take the rest of your watch, Nikali. It's fine.
Burka helps Tina back to her room and kind of like bandages her up. And
Okay.
I imagine Amaya probably stays awake and kind of on the top deck in the back of Zaya for the rest of the night.
Yeah, Rhiannon beats a very hasty retreat down to her room.
Narashti will actually check on Amaya and just like check in. As long as she doesn't get shut out. She'll read cues pretty quick though.
No, after a minute or two, Amaya kind of settles down a bit. I mean, some heal spells were cast, and Zaya is able to do the meditative healing and kind of heal herself back up, so there isn't any lasting damage. So Amaya's, pretty kind. Thank you for checking in. I lost my cool a little bit there, I'll admit, but I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Okay. Let me know if you need anything.
Of course.
Also, who else needed? I have more heal spells. Who needs
Tina.
healing?
Tina.
Do it in Rhiannon.
Rhiannon has already gone down to her room. Don't worry about Rhiannon.
We're all taking a long rest anyway. It resets.
Yeah, we're about to take a long
Oh,
rest.
okay. Never mind.
Yeah. For the record, Tina took 60 points of damage.
Okay.
Now, she has
Nora-
well over 100, but that still fucked her up pretty good, and honestly, that would kill Gavin outright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there with you.
And after Narashti checks in with Amaya, and Amaya kind of gets her head back on a little bit straighter, she'd probably be checking in on. Oh God, why can I not think of her name?
Argentia.
Argentia, thank you. God, I had it in my head and then it was just gone. But check on her as well, make sure she's doing okay, and
They.
Thank you.
That's right. They.
Barca is gatekeeping the door pretty hard, so I guess that's up to Barca whether or not he lets you in to see.
Barca's in the room helping her tend to her wounds and explaining how strong she was and how great of battle it was. And sometimes when we fight, we get injured, but when we fall down, all we have to do is get back up to continue.
Okay. It's just blanket statement. Argentia identifies as non-binary, so it is they them.
They them. Perfect. Thank you.
Just so we're all on the same page there. They kind of thank you. They're intelligent enough that they realize that you're just kind of placating them. But they take it because they kind of enjoy the attention.
Once Rhiannon gets back in her room, she's just gonna reach out and touch the fall. And not say anything yet, just kind of reach out to Zaya and see if she even wants to talk to Rhiannon right now.
Gonna get to that in a minute. Amaya, so you go to Argentia's door, and sure enough, you see it like it's open a crack, and you see Barca is rather clumsily. Well, I don't know, Barca. Do you have training in medicine?
No.
Okay. Rather clumsily attempting to. Argentia being back in their small childlike form. Is trying to kind of bandage across their middle. And Argentia is kind of very politely just nodding along and smiling as Barca is trying to make them feel better.
This is also the gentlest you might have ever seen Barca ever. Like he's barely, like he's not like by not trying to touch her or they touch them.
Yeah.
By not trying to touch them, he's like, he's just like lightfully setting these bandages, not wrapping or anything, just like lightly and like, is that good? And
at which point, like you see, they'll kind of nod, and then like when he goes to grab another bandage, quickly like presses it down and then ties it. So Amaya, this is the scene that you walk into.
Okay, I'll probably just kind of quickly mind link with Argentia, and just a quick like, this is Amaya. Just wanted to check in. You doing okay? Barca seems to be at least trying to help.
Barca is very sweet. I am okay. I just need some rest.
Okay. You rest well. You let us know if you need anything, okay?
Of course.
Good night.
this will be worth it because I have a bunch of these anyway. I'm actually taking a regular healing potion and like sprinkling them on
on each bandage, just
yeah.
That's fucking fantastic.
It just stings. It just stings like a mother.
And once Amaya is checked in with them, she'll go back on top and kind of just talk and be physically there with Zaya as she's kind of taking in the night and keeping an eye on things.
All right. Gavin is also on deck, keeping watch.
Ember is sitting
go ahead.
on the deck where the stairs go down, and I'm just playing the Song of Rest.
Okay.
I pulled out my violin and just do an extra long song for Zaya and for Argentia and everyone, because everybody we all need some healing.
Yeah. Nikali, did you just go to your bunk and go to bed?
Yeah, I mean, Nikali normally sleeps on the deck, but in this particular case, he just kind of crawled down into the hold and found a spot that.
Actually, since Gavin's up, he actually offers, because like he and Rhiannon have separate rooms. So, but they don't use the separate rooms, but they have them.
He kind of nods and if not, listening, but not really listening, and then just kind of lays down in the cargo hold somewhere, and then all of a sudden there's a huddle of goblin bodies.
Except for Wanda, who's deeply concussed.
Well, not all the goblin bodies, but there's probably a few of them.
And Narashti.
Narashi's gonna sit up on deck and just kind of watch as we go by, watch over the edge.
Okay. All right. So Rhiannon, as you reach out and touch the bulkhead, and it's a deliberate attempt to at least connect with Zaya. You hear, "Hi."
Hi.
I know that wasn't on purpose. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, Mom's great, and I get why she was angry. But, like, I've seen Gavin sometimes when he's writing on his things, he gets those tiny little cuts on his fingers from the parchment. That's about what that was.
You're okay?
Wait, I
Yeah.
need to test it for you.
I mean, I wouldn't want you to do that a bunch.
No, I'll try to remember next time to aim a little better.
Okay. Mom's gonna be mad at you for a while.
Oh, I know. She has every right to be. I would be mad at me too if I were her.
Okay. I'm not mad at you.
Get away from my area.
Okay.
Oh no.
And I'll give her a mental hug or whatever the equivalent of that would be.
Oh,
You sent her an image of you hugging a ship.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And then I'll go to sleep.
All right. The rest of the evening progresses. There is no more abrupt interruptions. Go ahead and give yourselves the benefit of a long rest. Some of you will sleep in a bit. And the next day's travel begins. Now, you are currently flying over the country of Droam. Honestly, the lion's share of your travel is going to be flying over Droam. Before I jump ahead, Brian, this is probably going to bleed into the next time we play. Is that going to be an issue for you?
That is not an issue whatsoever.
Okay. Then I will not change my plans and keep pressing forward as we have been. Now, you guys are aware, more Amaya than anybody else, but you guys are aware that the lion's share of your travel is going to be over the country of Droam. Droam is, as you've run bits and pieces into it, Droam is not a nice place. It's was a country that was claimed during towards the end of the last war by the hordes of hobgoblin mercenaries that had been hired by various countries. And they basically just said, see this land here? This is our land. Come take it from us. And, yes?
Sorry, you mixed up. Gargan is the goblin.
Oh! What's Droam? Monsters?
Droam is the monsters and the daughters of Sorakel.
Okay. Sorry. Backwards.
No worries.
It's still not a nice place.
Fun times.
Yeah, still not a great place.
It was overrun by various different monstrous creatures and groups, and no country has had the either political capital or military capital because of the last war to do anything about it. It's not, at least on paper, it's not a lawless wasteland. It's just lawless. Frequent infighting between the various monsters. The sisters themselves maintain some measure of control, mostly through fear. However, it often will spill over the borders of the various kind of surrounding countries. It is not a good place to be. So the fact that Rhiannon's mother was sold into slavery and potentially was shipped through here is distressing. Amaya, given this information, what do you choose to do in terms of your methods of flying over?
I mean, I guess heightened watches as we're kind of traveling through the territory, but try to get through it as quick as possible.
Okay. Sounds good. By heightened watches, do you mean more watches or more people on watches?
Probably both. So, whereas the day before we kind of started it by, tag and training and things like that, now it's probably going to be more, we'll have a rotation of goblins and one or two of the player characters kind of always actively on guard like we would be at night, setting watches like that where all they're doing is scanning the horizon looking for threats.
Okay.
On Tyler.
Barca, you and Argentia will still get your training in.
Okay.
However, it's less playful and more just kind of focused training. Oh, sorry, there was a question asked at the very beginning of this session when this whole thing came up. To answer that question, that is completely unrelated to the situation entirely, is that a saddle of the Cavalier is going to cost about 2,000 gold pieces. Anyway.
Yes.
But clearly this is unrelated, because, that would be metagaming.
Clearly. Right.
Moving on. You are flying along. You know what? Everybody just roll a d20.
Just a straight d20?
Just a straight d20.
Two for Barca.
Okay.
19 for Rhiannon.
Okay.
16 for Amaya.
Okay.
17 for Narashti.
Okay.
18 for Ember.
Nice.
Nikali got an 11.
Okay.
And should I roll one for...
No, that won't be necessary. And then what I would like is for we're gonna go with Rhiannon, Ember, and Zaya to make a perception roll.
15.
15.
16 for Ember.
16.
And 12 for Zaya.
All right. And Amaya, you're pretty much doing your captain thing, yeah?
Yeah. Amaya's probably on fairly high alert at all times, even though she's kind of pretending to only take her own shift.
Okay. I will go ahead and have you just roll perception as well.
Okay. Then 15 for Amaya.
Okay. You guys are trucking along at a pretty good pace. This is kind of later in the day, towards the afternoon. The sun has passed its zenith. The training between Barca and Tina has completed for the day. And you guys are able to kind of get back up because like when they're training, like you can keep moving, but you have to kind of slow your pace so that they can catch up. So now that the training is over, you're able to kind of get Zaya, really just open her up and let her go. And you're trucking along, and at one point, Rhiannon, you and Ember were actually sharing a watch at this point. And you guys are, you're kind of making some rounds and kind of looking on either side of the ship. You kind of divide the ship into halves, so you can, one of you kind of looks off on one side, one of you kind of looks off the other side, trying to make sure that you're not necessarily on the same side, same port or bow, or I'm sorry, stern or bow at the same time, that sort of thing. But at one point, you are both looking, and Rhiannon, you're towards the front of the ship. Ember, you're near the back. Tina is kind of, now that the training is over, is kind of back in her spot at the beginning, at the front, at the bow of the ship, pretending to be the dragon at the head of the ship. And you will all notice, Amaya, you too, from your vantage point, kind of way off to the southwest, a small flying, like way off the ground, about parallel to where you guys are, speck.
I will.
Does it look like it's moving toward us?
It's kind of hard to tell from this distance, but after a moment or two of watching, yes, it does appear to be rapidly trying to catch up.
Seems how we met Argentia, but if I notice this, I'll have everybody on the ship be on high alert.
Actually, I will cast mage armor on myself, just in case he's...
Okay.
I'm gonna tell Zaya maybe we should rouse everybody up.
Okay. Everybody, you are informed that there is something on the horizon. Seems to be flying, and it seems to be moving in your direction, and it is requested that you go up on deck.
I can see up to a mile away. Do I recognize what I'm looking at quite yet?
Go ahead and make your perception roll. I believe you do have advantage because of your eagle thing.
Uh, 15.
As you're looking, you don't necessarily, can't really tell what specifically it is. It's not, you're fairly certain it's not a living thing. It's not a creature. There's not enough kind of aggregate motion that would come along with a flying creature. So there's not flapping wings. There's nothing like that. It could be an airship.
Does it have a ring?
It does.
Airship.
I relay that to the group. I say, does not look living, could be ship with ring thing.
Well, you said you wanted some choices.
They're not faster than that airships are.
You're pretty comparable. Zaya's fairly comparable to a regular airship.
She is. She's comparable to most airships. Some are faster, some are slower.
We should probably have the goblins man the thorn launchers, just in case.
Yeah. I agree.
All right. So, You have the goblins man the... We have 2, right? 2 thorn launchers?
Currently 2. Well, no,
3.
3 of them.
Because
it's equal to the proficiency, the average proficiency bonus. I think 1 for sure is on the longbow.
Barca tells Tina that let's go play fun intimidation game, and I have us go up to the bow, and I sit up on her dragon back and just look intimidating as F.
Okay, I like it.
Because bugbear on dragon, that's got to be somewhat intimidating.
Bugbear on dragon. I'm gonna have you. We'll say that Argentia is aiding you. So go ahead and make an intimidation check, unless you'd rather have them make the intimidation check and you aid them. Barca, how do you want to swing that? Do you want to have them do the intimidation check, or do you want to?
Sorry, I was muted. I'll make the intimidation check. I rolled a 16 for 15.
Okay, you do have advantage because they are aiding you.
Yep, 16 for 15.
Okay, then. Just making sure you had that. Still not a terrible roll. Okay, so how that's going to translate... Okay, cool. They draw ever closer, and this is one that I definitely can do this with. If you will all refer to your roll 20, please.
Oh, hey.
We are going to try a thing. Adam, you have control of Zaya.
Ooh.
Each square represents 10, 15 feet of movement. There we go. That's better. You can move up to 10 squares at a go.
Okay.
That is the ship that is coming towards you.
Okay.
Angry. Looks angry.
It is a vastly different airship design than any of the Eberron, like any of the Lyrandar ships that you've seen. So what we're going to do is we are going to roll a niche. Because of the intimidation, I'm giving them disadvantage on the initial roll. We're going to roll a niche, and in this case, since you are in command of Zaya, Amaya, Zaya is going to go on your turn.
Gotcha.
Oh, come on.
I will tell you, it is larger than Zaya.
That doesn't look like swordwood.
I have been wanting to do an aerial battle on Zaya for so fucking long.
Okay. So, Anish. Ember.
5.
Oh no. Nikali.
23.
Nice. Gavin.
21 with a +3.
Narashti.
20. Dirty 20.
Much better this time. Barca.
Yes.
19 with a +3.
Oh my god.
Argentia.
Oh, sorry. They will go at an 11.
And Amaya / Zaya.
Maya's not rolling much better on initiative. She'll go to 7.
Better than me.
It does go on your turn, yeah. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Cool.
Is somebody other than Amaya going to kind of take charge of leading the Goblin Thorn Launcher crews?
I assumed Ember was, because Ember has the goblin stuff. Ember has the goblin friends. No. You have your groupies. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got my groupies, but they're groupies.
Backup dancers.
I mean, there's each launcher takes an action to load, an action to aim, and an action to fire.
Right. So
They
three
technically fire each round.
Yeah, so I think we had three goblins on each of the launchers.
Yeah.
And how many goblins are on the ship total?
12.
12.
So we could even have one extra goblin on kind of standby for each crew, just in case one goblin gets taken down.
That is true.
My groupies.
There you go.
I guess as the GM, I'm not going to. Does somebody want to take charge of the Goblin crew?
I've got them.
Okay.
I've got stats for them.
Cool. I will just, if that's the case, I will have them go on Nikali's turn.
Okay. We have the same initiative modifier anyway.
That works. Okay. You need the bad guy. The enemy vessel.
You could just sit there.
Could. It's not gonna. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the right one. Enemy will go at an 18 with a +0.
Okay. Top of the round then is Nikali and the goblins.
So, here's how this is going to go. They get within the distance they are right now, and you see at the front of their ship, 2 portals kind of slide open, and there's bright flashes, and you hear explosions shortly thereafter. And you see small artillery kind of shoot past your ship.
Eek. That's not good.
Bob and weave, bob and weave.
What's the distance?
The distance is... Snap to center. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Not center. I want from corner. Roughly that times 15. So currently, I'm going to pull up my calculator because I'm going to have to be doing a lot of this. They're about 1,275 feet away. There was no way they were going to hit you. They were definitely just letting you know that they were there. I know she said who was first. I don't remember who it was.
Nikali and the goblins.
Okay.
The goblins will load and aim. And as a bonus action, they will help the person that will shoot. And then the person that's shooting will ready in action to shoot.
Fire with
All right.
range.
Sounds good. After Nikali and the Gobbers.
Is Gavin with Narashi on deck.
Gavin is... That's even too far away. That's significantly too far away from him to do pretty much anything. So... Fuck it. He just casts Fly on himself because he feels like that may become a thing. Alright, after Gavin...
After Gavin is Narashti with Bargon.
Narashti, thank you.
I'm mildly distracted by family people, but are we? How close is the ship?
It's about 1,200 feet away.
I will ready an action to shoot if they get close enough to do that.
Okay, sounds good.
I think that's it for me.
All right, sounds good. After Narashti.
After Narashti is Barca.
Barca look intimidating as fuck. Holding action just in case. Holding action in case it gets in range of my bow.
Okay.
Which it isn't by quite a distance. So.
Sounds good. And after Barca.
After Barca is the enemy vessel.
The enemy vessel. Let me double check there.
I want to say I'm slightly angry at you, Bear, because I saw that picture a long time ago and wanted to use it as well.
It's such a great picture.
It's a great picture, but it's also a scary one.
Yeah.
Because when did they create frickin' ironclads? Forever.
Yeah, all right. Oh, I'm on the wrong. All right, hang on. It moves to intercept. You realize it is easily as fast as... Oops. So now it is... ...375 feet away.
It's how many feet away?
375.
Thank you.
And it is going to shoot its two forward cannons at Zaya.
Dear God.
That was a nat 20.
Oh.
Hey!
And the second one was a 24.
You put those dice away. You put them away right now.
All right, I will switch d20s.
You know what? No, I'm gonna let Reich have at you after you kill Zaya. Mm-hmm.
I'm the DM, not Gavin. So,
You think I look like God for your daughter?
I assume her AC is less than
Her AC's, yeah, her
24.
AC's 15.
Okay. So she's going to take 88 for the crit
88.
and 44 for the regular shot.
Oh.
Oh.
So yeah, you see like these just balls of oddly weird shaped metal slam into Zaya, and Amaya, in your head you hear "Ow!"
Yeah.
Mom, can I swear?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Fuck! That is the enemy vessel.
Oh.
After the enemy vessel, it's Rhiannon's turn.
Well, hold on. What is the range on the thorn launchers? That's a question that should be asked.
Long range is 480.
Yep.
Okay. So you can fire with disadvantage.
Well, and I said they were readying, so
it's a straight roll, right? No. Ready.
now when you're taking the,
You're not aiming.
I just want to double check one thing. The help action, what does that do? Oh, give him advantage. Okay. So, because the goblins, as a bonus action, were aiding their associates,
Yeah.
it's going to be a straight roll.
All right, cool.
Well, we're going to give back in kind. I got an 18 to hit with 1,
That for sure hits.
and then 2 natural 20s.
Fuck! That's
I-
awesome.
It's the battle of the GMs.
Now, so we're going to do, so we'll do this. So the first attack, the regular attack, is going to be, let's see, 9, 18, 21, 30, 33 damage.
Nice.
Then the crit is going to be, holy crap, beautiful roll. 18 plus 17 is 35.
Nice.
Well, no, that's not it. That's the
Oh,
first
there's
half.
more.
35. So 40, 51, 59, 62 total damage for that crit.
Nice.
Our drills paid off.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
Well, I turned them into sidekicks because I felt they were going to die otherwise. 10. Okay, so 10, 23 plus. So 33, 43, 47, 50 more damage.
The goblin crews are, and you see each one of them just kind of sticking out of this thing. It's starting to vaguely resemble a pin cushion. Do a shitload of damage.
The goblins don't know many things, but what they do know, they do well.
Except for Wanda.
Yeah, Wanda was the one who didn't get the crit, I'll say, because just
Fucking Wanda.
Sorry. So who's after the enemy vessel now that that's been resolved?
Rhiannon is. Can you give me 30 seconds? I am chewing out one of my children.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Of course.
It's still too far away for me to hit with anything, I'm assuming. So
375, yeah.
Yeah, Rhiannon will hold fireball until the vessel is within her 150-foot range.
Sounds good.
After Rhiannon is Argentia.
Okay. Well, it is close enough for Argentia to start doing her thing, so I should have put a dragon mini on here, and I'm stupid and didn't. Where are you at, Argentia? Come on. Sorry, I have a lot of stuff on here. Okay, well, that's not going to do it. We're going to do this.
Did Argentia finish her turn and I missed it, or are you doing stuff?
No, I am looking for something.
Okay, good.
I'm stepping away for a second to grab my computer charger.
All right, in terms of scale, I'm going to leave it that size because the ships are quite a bit bigger.
It's just a little dragon.
It's just a little dragon.
Like a mosquito.
Compared to the airships, yeah.
All right, so she...
She didn't happen to pick up Barca, did she?
Yeah, you're on her back.
Oh, sweet. Good call. And if I'm in range, when I get there, I've got attacks.
You have attacks. She will double move to get to there, but there it is.
Perfect. I shoot my bow and arrow. I don't know what I'm shooting at, but I'm shooting it.
Do it. It's all like it kind of does look like this. It's all pretty much enclosed. All of the crew seems to be on the interior. You do see portals open on the front where they're firing cannons. You could potentially try to shoot into that, but they're going to have some cover.
All right, I will attempt to shoot through portholes.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah. 17?
Let me remind myself what their AC is. $17 is not going to hit.
Okay. 22?
22 is going to hit, even with the cover.
That'll be for 8 damage. Piercing.
Okay, yeah, you fire into one of the open portals. The first arrow just kind of thuds on the surface. The other one sails in, and the guy who seems to be reloading the cannon takes it in the shoulder, and you see him kind of out the window.
Not intimidated by this flying bugbear on a dragon? What does that bugbear have to do?
Okay, so after that.
After Argentia is Amaya and Zaya.
Okie dokie. And you said Amaya or Zaya would be able to move 15 squares?
Correct. No,
Okay.
10 squares. Sorry, 10 squares. Each square represents 15 feet.
Squares 15. Okay. Wait, each square is 15 feet?
Yes. I think I did my math wrong when I did the... well, no, the new distance is... Hang on.
They would be a lot closer than a couple hundred feet if each square is 15.
You are correct. I did my math wrong.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
There was some children chastising over here too.
Sorry, they are technically 60 feet away.
Who's 60 feet away?
They are. So, Rhiannon, you can take your fireball.
Can I take my ready to action too?
Sure. Sorry, I was doing my math wrong.
You're welcome.
Does a ship get to make a dex save?
Yes, technically it does.
Okay, cool. Dex save.
Are you fireballing it?
Yes, I am.
12.
12? They will
Yep.
take full damage. I'm so glad I used that. I used a sorcery point to re-roll 3 of the dice and came up with 2 6s and a 5.
Nice.
That is a well-spent sorcery point.
This is gonna hurt them more than it's gonna hurt me. That is a full 40 points of fire damage.
Nice.
Woo!
Guys.
Nice.
Yes!
Nice hit.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was pretty spectacular. Narashti, what are you aiming for?
Can I see anyone?
So there's a couple of portals open on the front. There's not a deck to be on. It's all enclosed.
Okay.
So you can fire at one of the crews who are manning the cannons.
Sure, I will do that. I just have
All
a
right.
bow, but we'll see how it goes. 22 to hit.
Yeah, 22 is going to hit.
And so 10 points of damage for my first attack.
Okay.
I suppose I can't call anything because I don't know what I'm hitting.
You are just kind of firing randomly into a hole.
Yep. 22 for the second hit.
Also
again,
will
that's what I
hit
last
something.
time. But that's only 4 points because I rolled poorly. But there you go.
Barca,
total-
you see from the deck, Narashti is just fucking sharpshooting like hell through this hole. And you see the guy that you shot at before take 2 more arrows, kind of staggers backward. It looks a little wobbly on his feet. Math. He's still up.
It was 14 total.
Yes.
Since the distance has changed, I realized I didn't actually go for Nikali
Okay.
because I thought they were further out.
What is Nikali's course of action?
I realize this may be a loaded question, but is there what appears to be a bridge area on that ship?
Go ahead and make a... We'll go with engineering or investigation check. Engineering would be intelligence, since you're not proficient.
I'm assuming I would be rolling with disadvantage because it's visual based.
Yes, because you have the one eye.
So actually, I rolled a nat 20 on one, and then I got a total of a 17 on the lower one.
Oh, nice. Yeah, actually, despite your rather unfortunate visual situation, kind of near the... Oops. Where am I?
Wow, that was like laser show.
It was.
Pew pew.
If lasers no fair.
Well, they got cannons. I say that's no fair.
Right?
Where I am pinging currently,
Yes.
that's roughly where the bridge is.
And so that's further back than 60 feet, right?
Yeah, that's going to be probably another... Okay, hold on. I fucked up again. So we're going to make it the 60 feet that it should be. There. So that's going to be another probably 150 feet back. So 210.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about this then. Ouch. The range on that spell was only 60 feet. I'm going to make it 20. But my lightning bolt's 120. I can move that to 40, and that'll hit. All right. So then Nikali is going to fire off a lightning bolt at the bridge.
Nice.
He's going to spend a sorcery point to make it a distance spell so he can actually go the 240 feet of distance. And to be fair, if he can rake the whole damn ship. I mean, I realize it's one object, but he will do so. It is a dexterity saving throw, DC 15.
Okay. So the ship itself. Oh, that's a botch. The pilot will also fail. All right, how much damage you got, sir?
31. Oh, and if they're resistant to lightning damage, they're not for me.
What?
If that matters.
That's a thing?
Yeah, because I took the feat Elemental Adept Lightning.
Nice.
That is so badass.
So you ignore resistance?
That's awesome.
That is
I mean,
amazing.
it seemed like the thing to do for a storm-blooded sorcerer.
For sure.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right. Laura, let me know when we hit the bottom of the round, please. And
Was that everybody's rated action?
So that would have kind of happened at the same time the goblins were shooting.
Right. I believe everybody who had a ready action has now gone. I don't remember who went last. Amaya, I think you're up.
It
Maybe?
was about to be Amaya and Zaya.
Right. Okay, do the thing.
All right. So we're going to try not to make this too extreme, but we're going to start, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and be kind of, let's see, because that's 15, 20, or 15, 30, 45, 60, like 75 feet away, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So still within kind of range of things.
Okay.
And we'll try to kind of move up a little bit as well as we're kind of doing this movement to try to get a little bit of a height advantage on them.
Gotcha. Does that end yours and Zaya's turn?
Yes, that will be mine and Zaya's turn.
All right. After the Amaya and Zaya.
After Amaya and Zaya, it is Ember, and she is the bottom of the round at this point.
Okay. Yeah, 200 feet. It's still way too far for me.
They're about 75 feet away currently.
Oh.
Where Amaya has positioned the ship, you're basically kind of broadside, slightly below, or they're slightly below you, broadside.
Okay.
So you're actually like 75. I mean, depending on where you are in Zaya, you'd be anywhere between 75 to like 150 feet away from the bridge.
Okay.
I will tell you, the ship is looking badly damaged.
Badly.
Yay!
The thorn launchers did a shitload to them.
Does the ship look metal?
Yeah, well, it doesn't look entirely made out of metal, but yes, there is metal plating across the exterior.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I know what you're thinking, and I think that's a fucking awesome idea.
While I can't do it quite yet, I am going to hold my action.
Okay.
With as soon as we are within 60 feet.
Okay, got it.
A certain thing will go off.
Got it. All right, so it is just now 5 o'clock.
Oh.
That is the bottom of the round. So I think we're going to call it there, and we will pick up in 2 weeks. If you have specific actions that you wish to accomplish next round, please write them down so you remember.
Thank you.
So that I can appropriately do that. We're 70 feet away, you said, from the other ship?
75 currently.
75. Does that go for that elemental ring as well?
You know, just because it's easier this way, we're gonna treat distances as equidistant. So yes, 75 feet away. Brian, go ahead and take back those sorcery points to double the range.
Oh, your 1 point of sorcery point
gotcha.
you get back because it was within.
Right.
Okay. I know what I'm doing next time.
I am going to say this.
Yes.
The fight with the harpies would have been enough to put you guys over level. So go ahead and put yourselves right up to level 8 for next game.
But whatever we've used, spell slots or whatever, we're still have used.
Correct. And if spell slots or whatever that you used today, you've still used. However, if you do get a higher level spell, you still have that.
I haven't used anything yet.
So, I want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in. It has been an interesting day. I was not anticipating having a game of tag. However, I will say that considering what I had planned later and then the interactions with the dragon, it actually really worked out.
Yeah.
So I think that kind of very much worked out with my plans for tonight. So my players, thank you very much. Those of you who are watching, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time, barring some kind of grievous bodily harm. And we'll catch you next time.
Bye.
Buddy.
Bye.